Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to call the special presentation meeting to order. We only have one presentation tonight. Mr. Williams has got a special presentation. Mr. Williams, it's all yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor, and to my esteemed colleagues, Councilman Roth and Councilman Burgess, and to all of you who are gathered today. Today is a very special, incredible day. Most of you know that September is Sickle Cell Awareness Month, which I have the disease, and so we try to celebrate every year in the month of September. We begin to recognize those who are pillars in our community that are suffering with sickle cell disease. And so it gives me pleasure to bring up Miss Leah. Come forward. Octonaut, and her dad and mom. Her whole family, come on up. This month, before the storm hit, we had done an incredible job. Hines, which is her father, who's a city attorney in Sunrise, Sunny Isles Beach, I'm sorry, don't correct me, sorry, Sunny Isles Beach. And so we worked on a project, and he called me in to be able to collaborate. This is his daughter, Leah. She suffered with sickle cell disease, just as I do. Leah's incredible because she was able to get her foundation. Her parents and her family encouraged her to have a foundation, and all the blood for the month of September. I think what date was that? September the 20th. We were trying to mobilize all three counties of South Florida. That's Palm Beach County, Broward, and Dade, and we had one blood here. And when the hurricane hit, we had to kind of reschedule. But one blood still stayed because they were able to find just some people, but they still was low on blood. It's very critical for those of us who have sickle cell that we have blood. Blood is our lifeline like everybody else. But I wanted to make this special for Leah because I understand that the drive may not have worked out, but we can certainly continue with the effort. And we have a proclamation for you. Proclamation, whereas the blood cells in Leah's body are sickled, they are sticky and clumped together in her arteries, making it difficult for her to live an active lifestyle. Whereas Leah and her family have devoted themselves to living a life of normalcy and not defeat. Whereas Leah is a sickle cell survivor and warrior at the age of 11, and whereas Leah has taken up the hobby of drawing, specifically cartoon characters, Leah aspires to be a doctor so she can help others fight the very disease that she battles every day. And whereas with great honor that the city of Homestead recognizes the strength, your determination of Leah and encourages her and her family as they bravely fight to conquer sickle cell. Now, therefore, I, Jeff Porter, the mayor of the city of Homestead of Florida, do hereby proclaim this 27th day of September 2017 as your day. How about that? And I'm going to call her Dr. Leah because I believe just that I'm 38 and the doctor said I wouldn't make it past 16, and then 16 came, and we made the stride, and then they said 21, 21 came, we made the stride, 30 came, we made the stride, 38, and we're still here. And so with that, I know she's going to change lives, and I know I'm looking for her to make the sickle cell community better. Leah, you want to speak?
I want to thank everyone and thank my family and Mr. Williams for making today my day. And I hope other people will give blood so other people can fight too. Thank you.
On behalf of my family, I want to thank the City of Homestead, the Mayor, Councilman Williams. It's always a battle when you're fighting sickle cell, but when the community supports you, it makes life a little easier. Thank you again. Thank you for making her day special.
Mom? As a caretaker.
Just want to say thank you for Leah. She's worked hard to bring awareness to sickle cell anemia, and we support her because that's her life and that's our life now.
He said, well, there is no cure, and so every day we are hard to get out of bed at times, and Leah for the last couple of years have been homeschooled, but this is her first year back in school, and she's doing stellar. And I know that as we go through our crises, our painful episodes, and what has always helped me has been the very guiding principles that I would say to you today, is that always keep the Lord first, and He's always there. And when you get weak and tired and you feel like you can't go anymore, just know that there's others out here who are pulling for you. Congratulations, sickle cell warrior.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. At this time, that's going to conclude our special presentation. We're going to take a few minutes, get set up for the CRA budget. About 5 minutes? Okay, thank you, everyone. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. At this time, I'd like to call to order our Wednesday, September 27th, Community Redevelopment Agency meeting to order. It's approximately 5:36 p.m. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Here.
Board Member Maldonado. Here. Board Member Williams. Here. Board Member Roth.
Here.
Vice Chairwoman Faircloth. Here. Chairman Porter.
Here. Any deletions, deferrals? None. Tab 1 is the approval of the minutes. Is there a motion? Move. Is there a second? Second. All in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Tab 2 is the conveyance of 6 parcels. Gemma?
Yes, this is a resolution for a conveyance of 6 parcels of real property in LOSNER Park to the City of Homestead. Staff recommends that the CRA Board convey the following 6 parcels to the City of Homestead, which will be used for the expansion of LOSNER Park, which will enhance the Homestead CRA. The addresses are 49 Northwest 1st Street, 43 Northwest 1st Street, 42 North Chrome Avenue, 36 North Chrome Avenue, vacant land south of 36 North Chrome Avenue, 40 Northwest 1st Street. These properties were acquired to develop and expand LOSNER Park with the intent of providing large open space areas for passive leisure pursuits, a venue for major civic and/or special events, and to serve as a catalyst for downtown revitalization. This property disposition was advertised in the Daily Business Review on May 25th, 2017, in accordance with Florida Statute, Section 163-380.
Questions from council? Is there a motion? Is there a second? Second. All in favor? Aye. Do we need a roll call on that, Mr. Manager or Mr. Attorney? No, it's good. Okay, tab 3 is, Gemma, go ahead.
This is the CRA fiscal year 2017-2018 proposed budget. The staff recommends that the CRA Board approve the attached resolution authorizing the Community Redevelopment Agency's annual budget for the 2017-2018 fiscal year, beginning October 1st, 2017, and ending September 30th, 2018. It's further recommended that the chairman and board members direct the city manager to submit said budget to the Homestead City Council for further approval. The proposed budget is a balanced budget and equals $3,276,545 in revenues and expenditures for fiscal year 2017-2018. The Homestead CRA is required to have their budget approved by September 30th, 2017. We do have a budget presentation prepared.
Okay.
As I stated, the total expenses and revenues for fiscal year 2017-2018 equal $3,276,545. Of that, there is $100,000 set aside for the Housing Rehabilitation Program. This program provides residential rehabilitation improvements, and this is the same amount that was funded in the prior fiscal year. It also includes $200,000 for the Commercial Enhancement Program, which provides improvements and both facade and interior improvements to commercial buildings within the CRA. This is the same amount that was approved in the prior fiscal year. It also provides $100,000 in assistance to community not-for-profit organizations. This comes in the form of not-for-profit grants, which are issued once a year. And this is the same amount that was approved in the prior fiscal year. The budget also includes funding for 1 police officer and 1 code-compliant officer. The total amount for this coming fiscal year is $276,507. And it includes a total of $321,340 for neighborhood beautification. That is inclusive of ground maintenance in the amount of $229,600 and the cost of 2 inmate crews for $91,740. The inmate crews perform litter removal, graffiti removal, and ancillary maintenance.
Is it? Questions from the board members? Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Gemma, for the presentation. I have quick questions. Basically, as it relates to the grants, it appears as if it's the status quo budget. What precipitated or necessitated the budget remaining a status quo when there are some areas that could utilize more funding in other areas where the funding wasn't always expended?
This is a status quo budget as it pertains to the prior fiscal year. So the funding amounts for residential, commercial, and not-for-profit grants remain the same. The not-for-profit grants amount will be expended fully for this fiscal year. Commercial and residential grants did not come in for the full amount. The residential grant awards were not as well applied for as we would have hoped. We did a presentation to the community in March of this year in an effort to get more applicants, but we did not have applicants. We had 2 applicants that submitted this week, but they were incomplete applications. And so we haven't been able to process them in time to close out this fiscal year. The commercial grants did come in a little closer to budget, but again, it's just a function of how many people apply. And at that same March 2017 workshop, we provided information to members of the CRA for both residential and commercial grants in an effort to stimulate more applicants.
Just to follow up, historically, it appears as if the non-for-profit grants is the area where there is greater interest. So I don't understand why we're not increasing that threshold when the need is there, whereas in residential or commercial, we're barely scratching the surface with expending the funds.
Vice Mayor, Mayor, we're happy to adjust according to what a council or CRA board direction. It's purely policy, so if you prefer to take some from one area and move it to the other, we're open to suggestions.
Okay, I have some more questions. How much, if you have the specifics, how much has been expended in residential?
The exact amount that's been expended this fiscal year in residential is $27,481.25
Out of?
out of 100,000. Now, there is a rollover project that hasn't been fully expended, and there's also 2 other projects that also haven't been fully expended. So they were awarded the grant, but all of the work hasn't been completed. So there is still money encumbered that will go towards those.
How much is that?
There's an additional $30,000 encumbered that's already been awarded but not yet expended. So the ballpark for expended and encumbered this year is around $58,000 out of 100,000.
Out of 100,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Commercial, how much have we expended and how much do we have encumbered, if any?
In commercial, we've expended $108,087. That's out of a total budget of $200,000. Now, we do have 3 other commercial grants that are encumbered and not yet expended. I can give you that approximate number. That is $75,000. So spent for commercial is $61,000, encumbered is an additional $75,000.
So historically, what has been the trend as it relates to the amount expended in commercial and residential? You don't have to have the numbers, but have we met that threshold? Have we utilized all of the funds?
We usually have utilized all of the funds.
Is this year an outlier?
I would be happy to go back and do a 10-year analysis to let you know.
I'm just trying to present a case and the need for the non-for-profit grant to be increased minimally to $150,000, since that has been the need. We've had grant applications come in, some quality grant applications come in. However, we have not had enough funds to expend to support all of those non-for-profits. So I would venture to say, if my colleagues support that, to increase the non-for-profit grants to $150,000. I welcome my colleagues' feedback if you have a difference of opinion.
I agree with that.
Got Mr. Williams next. You want me to yield to Mr. Williams or, yeah?
I just wanted to say, yes, I agree.
Okay.
Every year they come in.
That's fine. Huh?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor. We'll go ahead with your conversation. I think we'll.
No, I'm just waiting to hear my colleagues' feedback. That's just my thinking, but Councilman Williams may have a difference of opinion if you want to weigh in on the funding.
Mr. Williams?
Thank you so much. Yes, let me say this as it relates to the budget. I have no problem in allocating an additional $50,000 to the nonprofit. My question is, and I know that the director has said that she gave a presentation. Gemma, in your capacity, what other outreach can we do to help facilitate these residential facade grants? Because they were only created about 7 years ago, and I was the author of the creation of it. So, and every year we have done quite well. The process, what I hear is that application process moves slow. How can we be more efficient to get the word out that we have these commercial grants available and also the residential?
I'm happy to come up with staff with a plan to spread the word farther. We do announce it at events that we have. For example, the not-for-profit grant workshop, we do announce it there, and we encourage the not-for-profits, many of whom work with, families who are struggling or looking to do home repair. We do encourage them to take that word back to them. But I'm happy to put together a plan to increase outreach with respect to the commercial and residential grant programs.
So you're saying that this has been the only outreach that you've had is just in March and, to the non-for-profit persons that apply? Is that the only outreach? Is that you just named?
That is correct. The outreach that we have done was at the not-for-profit workshop, and then again in March in coordination with the Southwest Advisory Council.
I see. And so, Vice Mayor, you were looking to pull how much from each one? And I yield to Vice Mayor.
Well, considering we've expended $58,000 out of $100,000 in residential, my thinking was to deduct some from the residential and to place it into the not-for-profit grants. Or you can take $25,000 from residential and $25,000 from commercial. Since, how much was it? $75,000 from commercial out of $200,000?
The total amount this fiscal year is $136,000 between what's been spent and what's been encumbered.
Right. So take 25 from each, so that one doesn't take the biggest blow.
Correct, okay.
Mayor.
Um,
Mr. What was that?
No, I still have the floor, Mayor. I yield it to the Vice Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you. I reclaim my time. The other question that I have is the debt services. How long before the debt service is paid off do we have?
And then we'll come on. There you go, Carlos.
Councilman, I would have to check, but I believe it might only be like 3 or 5 years. It's not that much longer that it has, but I can check and get back to you on that.
Okay. And two other questions. When does the CRA expire?
6 years, 7 years.
About 6-7 years
6 or
left.
7 years.
We have about 7 years left.
left?
It's
Yeah.
2023. It was started in 1990. I'm sorry, 2024, because it was requested in 93, but formally approved in 94.
Okay. What I see is that I think there needs to be a conversation, and this is not the appropriate time to have it, obviously, at the budget hearing. But some of the land acquisitions that we have had over the years to try and stir development, when we look back at the Southwest Master Plan, the land capacity is very limited. I mean, to do any kind of major development that we would like to see. So, Vice Mayor, I think you have my support to, if that's what we're going to do, the 25,000 from each one of those. That way we do not deplete, because who knows, with the recent events, there may be more applicants who may need to apply to help with damages. And so the last thing I want to make a point to is that the CDBG dollars, those funds are expended throughout the entire city as it relates to those monies. Do you have that allocated within the budget here? No.
It's under the city budget.
It's under the city.
Yes, Council, and if you recall in the last action plan that we had, no monies were allocated for housing in the upcoming action plan.
That's what I figured. So I did not want to see that depleted, and then there may be some assistance needed in the Southwest neighborhood area, and then we've reallocated a bulk of it because of previous year. So I'm okay with the 25 from the residential and the 25 from there. Thank you.
Sir. Mr. Burgess?
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Vice Mayor, because you bring up a great point. Every year, we struggle when the nonprofits come before us. Some don't get funded at all. Some don't get enough funding to really make their point and get their full program out there to the community. So I applaud you for bringing this up, and I also will agree that the $25,000 from each one should be a start, and I think it coming out equally will, as Councilman Williams said, will protect us in case we have a lot of influx of inquiries this year due to Irma or whatever the case may be as we move on. So I will support that and would like to see that happen. Thank you.
Mr. Maldonado?
So, I listen, we always have the same issue every time. The nonprofits are the ones that are the most active and the ones that have, definitely taken full advantage of this opportunity. I think Councilman Burgess just brought up a point that I was thinking as soon as we talked about this. I think that my concern is that now, after the storm, do we know of any of the business or residents that might be taking advantage of these dollars? And if we pull those dollars now, to me, it would make more sense that I agree with the thought that since these dollars are not being used and they've not been used appropriately, then ideally we'd like those dollars to go to those who are really taking advantage of it. But my only concern and thought was that, and I just wanted to put this on a record in the sense of, what about those residential and the commercial, and more the commercial than anything else, that might need to tap into these dollars because of this past storm that just happened? Have we done any inquiries in the community to see if any businesses would be looking for those? And they might not even know that we have it. So I think it's important just to keep that in thought as we think about setting aside this money. But I mean, the idea, and I fully support that in the sense that if we're not going to be using it, or if no one does use it, then, can we get it to the nonprofit? Is there a time frame that, let's say it's not being used, that it could come back somehow and we'd give it to the nonprofits that applied and didn't receive anything?
Mayor, I think unless there's an objection from the board, what we can do is make the changes that were proposed by the vice mayor. And then mid-year, if we find that there's a greater demand for one of these other areas, we can come back to you and figure out how to address those additional needs. So I think we'll have a better idea in the next couple of months if something unusual is happening, in which case we'll come back to you and we'll try to figure out how to make an adjustment.
Okay with that. That sounds good.
Sitzer, Vice Mayor?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. I understand your concerns as it relates to utilizing some of the money from residential and commercial and placing it into nonprofits because we're in a peculiar situation with the impacts of Irma, but we also have to understand that many of these residents and businesses may qualify for FEMA. So it's not like we're taking all the money and then leaving our residents high and dry. There are other alternatives for them to explore as it relates to restoring their properties and their businesses. So we do have FEMA. So this year we'll see how it goes. And at the next budget cycle, we'll do a needs assessment, not just arbitrarily doing a status quo budget, and determine the needs and then allocate funds appropriately.
Before we proceed, it sounds like we have a consensus on on reappropriating the money. Can somebody make a motion to direct staff to make those changes before we adopt the resolution?
I move that we increase non-for-profit to $150,000, deducting $25,000 from residential and commercial.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Anything else, Vice Mayor?
No, thank you.
Mr. Burgess?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a point of clarification, just for everybody that's here and listen. When do the nonprofits start their process again and all that? And this is just brought up is because Mr. Gretz has referenced in mid-year, perhaps we would look at it. So I'm just trying to figure that out because I can't remember off the top of my head. I know it starts soon, and they're working right after the first of the year, I believe, for them, and then the allotment comes when?
Traditionally, we notice them at the beginning of the year, around January 1, and then the applications are usually due in March.
Right, so we would be halfway through the year before, or budget year, before that we would really need to look at, see about readjusting anything anyway, correct? Is that because March is halfway through our year?
We could rework the application because in its current.
I'm just talking about for homes and businesses, because I believe that's what Mr. Gretzis was referencing.
Yeah, well, we should have some sense of what's happening once people, like the Vice Mayor said, FEMA is doing their outreach process now in the Congressman's office. So we're going to have a pretty good sense if those needs are not addressed by FEMA, and hopefully within a month or two, if there's something unusual happening, we'll come back to you.
Right, okay. No, I'm in full support of doing what the motion was and all that. I just wanted to get that out on the table so people understood that those nonprofits will be at the 6-month mark anyway before we give out any money. So we'll have a good feeling for them. And by then, we should have a good feel for what the community needs as far as the other needs may be too. So I'm comfortable moving forward with what has been proposed.
Okay, so we have the budget, we have an amendment to the budget.
Budget.
And
I
it's
can read the
seconded.
resolution into the.
What?
I'll read the resolution into the record.
Okay, and then I'll
you
open
can
up the public hearing, okay?
A resolution of the Board
Speak
of.
up, people are saying they're having a hard time hearing us, and we need to speak up a little bit.
A resolution of the Board of the Community Redevelopment Agency of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the Community Redevelopment Agency budget for fiscal year 2017-18 and directing the city manager or his designee to submit the budget to Miami-Dade County and the City Council for their respective approval, providing for an effective date.
Okay, I'm going to open up the public hearing at this time. Anyone who would like to speak? I know we have a card from Mr. Jensen. Did you wanted to speak on the budget in CRA? No? This is a public hearing. Anyone who would like to address the council with Mr. Jensen?
Yes, I'm Bob Jensen, president of the Historic Homestead Town Hall Museum. Recently, we moved from being primarily a visual facility to having tremendous research capabilities. My colleague, Jeff Blakely, will discuss that, but I want to discuss the importance of history. The first Americans, Native Americans, had no written language, but they did a tremendous job of passing along the tribal history. They put key items like feathers, bones, sticks, whatever, in a bundle, and they would unbundle that and use that to share history with younger members of the tribe. Our museum is that bundle for Homestead.
Anyone else like to speak to the budget? Close the public hearing. Jeff, okay, Mr.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Blakely. I live at 28590 Southwest 170th Avenue. I'm the historian at the Historic Homestead Town Hall Museum. As you know, our longtime director, Ruth Campbell, retired on June 16th. We are very fortunate that Larry Deal, an avid history buff, has volunteered to step up to become our interim director. We've made a lot of changes, and I would like to invite each one of you to come see us, to see what we're doing. I'll give you a brief overview of what we've done recently. We've purchased Past Perfect museum management software, which enables us to catalog and describe our collection so that when people come in, we can more easily find what they're looking for. I established a website in June of last year. In December, Google Business reported 326 unique visits. Last month, it reported 784 visits. There is an interest in homestead history. We've created an Excel spreadsheet to document the over 2,000 copies of hard copies of the newspapers here in Homestead that we have in our collection. We've organized our family files so that when folks walk in and they ask about their ancestors, we can easily find information if we have it for them. And most importantly, we have digitized in keyword searchable format, in PDF format, the Homestead newspapers from 1912 until 1968. A generous individual stepped up and contributed nearly $11,000 for this project. The museum picked up the balance of $3,800. That's $15,000 that was spent to digitize the newspapers. That's a wonderful research opportunity for folks who are interested in Homestead history. As you know, Ruth Campbell started the museum and nurtured it for many years. We are trying to build on her legacy. There are not many cities that have museums. Homestead has a jewel that only needs to be polished. Please visit our website, which is townhallmuseum.org, and remember that you are welcome to visit us to learn more about our plans for the future. Great cities have museums, and we look forward to serving the community for many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Williams?
Yeah, Mayor, just for a point of clarification, not to you, Mr. Bailey, Blakely, I'm sorry. Is there a budget item for the museum in the CRA budget? Through the mayor?
Jim?
It is not in the CRA budget, no.
Mayor, what, Mayor, then is it in the general fund?
Councilman, what was the question? I'm sorry.
Question was, where is the museum's budget is allocated? Do we have it allocated in our budget at all?
God, I don't know.
Councilman, I believe it is in the general fund, but the CRA owns the building and maintains the building, so I think that
So that's
might
what
have
I'm
been
asking, is it not in your budget for maintenance of the building?
the maintenance of the building, yes.
Okay.
The insurance of the building.
Right.
The repairs, that is correct,
So
yes.
that is, so it is in the budget. How much is it to maintain that?
The building maintenance line item includes maintenance for not just that building, but other buildings owned by the CRA. I'm happy to come back and let you know the exact amount that was expended this previous fiscal year for the Town Hall Museum, though.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions? Any other public comment? Close the public hearing. Is there a motion on the budget as amended? Is there a second? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Board Member Williams? Yes. Board Member Maldonado?
Yes.
Board Member Roth? Yes. Board Member Burgess? Yes. Vice Chairwoman Fairclough? Yes. Chairman Porter?
Yes.
Motion carries.
We have any final comments or questions? Any final comments from the board? Reports from staff? That's all of our items. Is there a motion to adjourn? Second, all in favor? Motion carries. Give us a few minutes and we go to budget hearing, correct? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We need to keep moving. Can I have your attention, please?
Just call it to order, first order of business, I'll read the statement. And
I'd like to call the meeting to order. It's Wednesday, 2017, public hearing, first public hearing, starting at approximately 6:13 p.m. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Roth? Here. Councilman Burgess? Here. Councilman Maldonado? Here. Councilman Williams? Here. Vice Mayor Fairclough? Here. Mayor Porter?
Here. Any additions, deletions, deferrals? Mr. Attorney, order of business?
Yes, I have to read the statutorily required statement. It says the City of Homestead's proposed operating millage rate is 5.9215 mils, which is the same as the previous year's millage rate, and the proposed voted debt millage rate is 0.5575 mils. The rollback rate millage rate is 5.4 .4849 mils. The proposed operating millage rate of 5.9215 mils is 7.96% above the rollback rate of 5.4849 mils.
Any questions from the council on the millage, setting of the millage? Any discussion? Tab 1, Mr. Attorney.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, establishing a proposed operating millage rate of ad valorem taxation and establishing a proposed millage rate for debt service on the general obligation bonds for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2017, ending September 30th, 2018.
Report from staff.
Mayor, we're going to do a presentation.
Yes, sir.
Carlos, you're on.
Carlos.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We present to you the budget highlights for the proposed fiscal year 2018 budget. As you will see, the budget philosophy, which has been the same for the last 7 years, has been no millage rate increases, no reduction in city services, no increase of city fees, and no layoffs. And that is the budget philosophy that was used to prepare the 2018 proposed budget. By Florida law, we have to approve a millage rate that cannot be greater than the 10 mil cap. The rollback rate, as was stated before, is 5.4849 mils. The current millage rate is 5.9215, and the proposed millage rate will remain the same as 5.9215. If you can see, property values this past year actually increased by 12.6%, and about 2.5% of that was due to new construction. So overall, property values increased 10%. The previous year, they also increased about 8%. So this is good, but overall, since 2008, you can see that we're still down 34.2% in values. With respect to the ad valorem revenues, which are basically a combination of those property values and the millage rate that we set, again, it's increased, but overall, since over the last 9 years, we're still down about 20.3%. Now this slide, when you look at it, you think it's wrong, that it's labeled wrong, doing more with less. But the point that we're trying to make here, that up until 2017, the largest general fund budget was the 2007 budget at $47.14 million. And since that time, the CPI has increased over 18%. The population has increased over 20%. And yet, this year's proposed budget only represents 5.2% greater than that 2007 budget. So we truly are doing more with less. This is kind of a snapshot of what the general fund revenues represent. Key points to show is that the ad valorem taxes represent a little over a quarter of the general fund's budget. In previous years, we had a large section of this pie was basically interfund transfers. If you can see, that's been now replaced by an appropriation of fund balance. And that is basically what we had to take to balance this year's budget, was $4.9 million of appropriation of fund balance. Other things of interesting note is that state shared revenues represents about another 20%. That's a large piece of the pie, but we really have no control over that. That's primarily sales tax. Some of the few things that we do have control over are licenses and permits, but they represent a very small portion of that pie. Moving to the general fund expenses, no surprise, public safety, like in most municipalities, is the biggest part of the general fund. In our case, it represents over 50% of the general fund budget. This is a snapshot of each division's budgets. Most departments basically stayed kind of a status quo. It's only a 3% increase, and in the next slide, I will basically go through what the major increases for the general fund were. This first item, transfer for $400,000, what this represents is for the parking garage, we issued the bonds, which we actually just closed early in September. The debt service on those bonds will be $1.8 million annually. That is going to be funded $1.4 million from PTP funds, which are, again, surtax transportation funds. The other $400,000 will be coming from the general fund. Ultimately, our goal is that this will be basically funded through local option gas tax. But for that to kick in, there's still some quirks that we have to get through related to grants. So that's why we're saying this is really contingent on some grants. We should know more before the end of the year how that will work out. The other items that roll out here are the cost of living at 2.5%. You've got an increase in life and health insurance, the upcoming election for $151,000, the landscaping contract for $150,000. If you remember earlier this year, we did bring that contract to you. We said that we would have to do an amendment last year, and basically this is the increase from 2017 to 2018. It represents $150,000. And then the last item on here is $96,000 for the Motorola Radio Communications Project. Last year, if you recall, we brought that infrastructure that we wanted to lease, finance it. It was $1.8 million. There were going to be basically different departments that had a piece of the pie. The first year, it was just going to be interest only, and it was paid out of impact fees. This is the first year that basically all the different departments are paying a portion of it. This is the portion that pertains to the police and to the IT department. This is an item basically for discussion by council. This has not been included in the budget, so should this be approved tonight, if we get direction for that, we basically don't need to amend the budget by increasing for any additional funds. We would merely take it out of contingency. But there was a request for additional sponsorship for Career Source of South Florida from the existing $20,000 to $50,000. That would represent a $30,000 increase. But at the same time, there's been a request to unfund the Youth Empowerment Showcase, which was approved for the first time last year. So the net effect of that is an increase of $20,000. This is a snapshot of the general fund projects that were approved. If you recall, we did bring all the CIP projects to the council back in July. These are the ones related to the general fund. Of interest is the first item, the IBM series replacement. Even though it's a $113,000 project, we're going to finance that, so the impact of the general fund would be $25,000 each year. However, we currently have a maintenance fee for $25,000, so basically it's replacing it, so technically it's actually cost neutral. These next two slides basically represent the citywide projects by department and what the funding sources are. And again, these were presented to council back in July. This is just a snapshot of what the enterprise funds budget represents. It's at $100 million.5. It's actually a decrease from the previous year. And the electric utility obviously represents the biggest chunk of that. Total funds budget is at $184.9 million, which is a slight reduction from the previous year. Of special note that I want to show is that even though there's some capital, this is primarily an operating budget. The one thing that's not here that you will probably see coming back to you in November is a reappropriation of some of the major capital project funds. For instance, the Multimodal Transit Center, which is probably like a $30 million project. So that's currently not in this one. You'll see that as an amendment to the budget coming in November. We do that with all the capital projects. This is traditional. We come to you in November and do that. This is basically a snapshot of all the different funds, the proposed 2018 budget compared to the 2017 budget. And a special note are in the electric utility, the main decline was that the previous year's budget included a $4 million budget stabilization transfer to the general fund. That is no longer there. There are no transfers, no budget stabilization transfers. So that is one of the main reasons for the decrease in the electric utility. Likewise, in the water and sewer utility, the 2017 budget included a $6 million Pump Station 1 project. So since that was budgeted in 2017, it's not there in 2018. The other things of special note is the special obligation bond, which I mentioned earlier. This is the debt service for the parking garage. And again, this will be funded $1.4 million from the PTP fund, the transportation surtax monies, and $400,000 from the general fund. And the last one is the confiscated property. If you notice, there's nothing budgeted there. And the reason for that is we can't budget future seizures. We can only budget monies that are on hand. And in 2017, we basically budgeted everything that we had, and we haven't received anything that we're planning on getting in 2018. So therefore, there's nothing budgeted for 2018. With respect to staffing, there is a request for one additional operator one in the electric utility, even though in the past we've tried to maintain the increase in staffing low. The reason for this one, it makes economic sense. The new position would only cost the city $69,000 annually, but the overtime that would be saved is about $253,000. So therefore, it's basically $185,000 savings a year by doing this. So this one makes economic sense. So basically what we'd be asking from the council is to adopt the operating millage of 5.9215 mils and a debt millage rate of 0.5575. That debt millage rate, just so that you understand, as property values go up, since the debt service on the general obligation bond is fixed, as property values go up, the debt millage rate would be going down. And then also the adoption of the fiscal year 2017-2018 budget. The next meeting will be held on October 4th at 5:01 p.m. I know that seems a little crazy. It's after the fiscal year end, but the state has basically taken this into account. So what we will do is, based on tonight's meeting, the results of tonight's meeting, we will roll the budget as approved tonight. If there's any changes between, after the second meeting, we will accommodate those and they will still be considered part of the original budget. And then my last slide is, where does the tax dollars go? And basically, 33 cents of every dollar that is paid by the property taxpayers in this city actually goes to the county. 32 cents goes to the school board, 4% goes to other division, and what actually comes to the city is only 29 cents for every dollar. And council, that basically completes my presentation of the highlights, and I will turn it over to the city manager.
Okay, yes, thank you. This is the portion of the evening where everybody's so bored to death with the numbers that they're begging for no more words, but this is an opportunity, an important opportunity for us to put some life to these numbers. In that budget book, it's a lot of numbers and words inside, but really there's no life in there. And so a couple of things to mention. First off is that we have a couple of dynamics over the last few years, one of which is the economy hit and you all as an elected body made a decision, and that was the taxpayers can't afford any more tax increases, so we made a commitment, don't raise the property mill rate. But also, you all understood the culture of being loyal to your employees, because when you cultivate that culture of loyalty, it pays back, and it's the right thing to do. So I think what we had as these budgets came along was not one employee got thrown over the bus, thrown over the raft. And that's an important thing, because if you opened up the newspapers and you looked from the federal government down, city after city all over the country, when times got hard, some elected bodies decided to allow their staff to be expendable, but not you all. And I appreciate that very much. And this is fresh in everybody's mind, so I thought we should discuss it tonight, and that is, that loyalty pays off. And we learned that with Hurricane Irma. During times of crisis, people rely on their governments the most. And how comforting it was to know that your staff, when those reports came on the TV news and we started facing potentially the most catastrophic storm to hit us since Hurricane Andrew, your staff was prepared. And so at the time, when we thought, geez, this might be a direct hit and this could be a real big problem for Homestead, your staff's planning was done a long time ago, and now it became implementation. Implementation in terms of shuttering the buildings and doing everything we need to do to protect the city assets, but then also to help our own citizenry prepare as well. And so I have a few photos here. This one is the sandbag operation, because people in a great way all understood this, let's take this storm seriously. And so our staff went out there with sandbags and with a lot of sand, and you can see the cars all the way down the one street, all the way down the other. Within 2.5 days, our staff gave out 18,000 sandbags. And they also protected the streets, and the police went on Alpha Bravo 12-hour shifts to make sure that the streets were safe. And then we made the decision it's time to put this important city investment into to the test, really, because we all said we need a city hall that's going to be protected in the event of a Category 5 storm, and this was our big first test. And interestingly enough, as we were thinking about, geez, if we get hit with such a big storm, our employees, if they're out at their own homes, and some of them live in Homestead, some of them live outside of Homestead, will they even be able to pass the roads after the storm is over to help service the city? So a decision was made to invite all the employees to weather the storm so that when the storm passed, we'd have them here and they'd be ready to go. The issue came up about what about their families, and I will admit that I had real reservations about inviting all their families here because we're focused on the 70,000 people and protecting them and their needs, and having a building filled with families made me a little nervous, but we decided to do it anyway. And the families came, the pets came, we had dogs in here, we had cats in here, we had even a flying squirrel. I mean, actually, we had 4 flying squirrels. But it paid off for us in dividends because everybody was respectful, they all pitched in, and when the storm came and went, we were all ready to go. And it was a great way to have extra staff on hand in the event that this storm turned out to be as bad as we thought. And it wasn't, thank God, for us, although we grieve for those who paid a much larger price than we did. Your building also ended up becoming an important communication center. This is our emergency operations center, and you can see there's all our department heads and emergency staff, and they were in this core of the building. This is the second floor of the building, of a 3-story building, surrounded on all sides by concrete, and this is where everybody camped out. And staff was in there making sure they had all the information, and also knowing that people didn't have power, they couldn't see TV, they didn't have cable. The biggest, most important way people could actually find out what was going on was Facebook. And so we had our operations center there in our studio, broadcasting live on Facebook. And we had thousands and thousands of people watching us live as department heads reported throughout the storm and shortly after the storm on what was happening to the city. It was an important way to communicate, and it was an important way to let everybody know that the city government is operational. We also thank you all, because I put this up to show everybody what it was like to live here in City Hall for a couple of days. I know you all had your cots and your air mattresses, and we were all embedded in here. We appreciated you being here because it ensures continuity of government in the event of a catastrophe. And there is the flying squirrel. Everybody wanted to see it, so here it is. Flying squirrel. We thank the pastor for bringing them. Everybody was happy with that. And by the way, when you read the paper and you see some cities still struggling with, they don't have lights, I won't mention the mayor of Pinecrest and what's happening over there. The problems with FP&L and other agencies, we were ahead of everybody. And that came as a consequence of planning, preparation, and great implementation. And I can't say enough about each of the departments and all the dedicated staff that were right on the money here. They performed like no other government has performed, and it's, I can't tell you how moved I am by their dedication and, most importantly, their heart for mission. So we look at this budget book and we see a bunch of numbers, but what I see in that budget book is the heart that these employees have, the heart that you have for your employees by not having thrown anybody under the bus in a time where people were really angry about government. You know, government was the enemy. As times became more and more hard for people, some people turned on government. You didn't turn on your own employees for political expediency. And in turn, they didn't turn on their citizens. Their hearts never changed. Their dedication never changed. This is a little something I wanted to show you. I know some people hadn't seen this. We snuck out right after the storm. It was just kind of dying down. This is a vacant lot over there on Campbell. This is what it looks like typically. And this is what it looked like right after the storm. And I got a little videotape. This is real. I took this myself. That looks like Biscayne Bay, doesn't it? Isn't that something? That'll tell you how much water we actually had coming down. And of course, the winds were strong enough that we ended up with a lot of trees down. And that's, of course, yeah, it was stunning to watch, by the way. And it wasn't the only location where we had lots that looked just like that. But we did have 100% power out. By the time that storm was done, we had 100% power out. And we had our staff, you should have seen them. They couldn't get out of the building fast enough to start. And they started, and they worked at it. Barbara, our director of our electric utility, bravo to you and your staff. You did a tremendous job getting everybody their power. And I know it was frustrating, and I know you had so much work to do. But not only was your staff prepared, but you had 150 others from other states that came by. The relationships that you cultivated with other utility companies all over the country really helped us in making sure we had sufficient personnel. And there they are, our line crew, our staff out there, putting their lives in danger to make sure the citizenry has power. And we also had, this is a picture of just some of the crew that came from Kentucky and from all kinds of places all over the world, really, our country, right, all over the country. And it was really tough for them, too, because as they were supposed to come down, the storm was going north. So trying to get down was an extra challenge for them. And the roads were blocked. We went out there and we saw a lot of streets were not passable. That's why we ask people to stay in your homes. It's important as people get cabin fever to stay in their homes because it's really difficult to negotiate. You have down power lines and you have trees everywhere. And Dennis and Julio and Public Works and Parks, roads crew, the way you all handled this was very impressive. In many cases, they were out there while there was flooding. The roads were flooded, the power lines were down, the trees were down. It was still, the storm was still going on, and they were there. Yeah, so I thought these were some of the, and now Dennis and Julio have the headache along with their crews of picking up all that debris. We think there's about 40 or 50,000 cubic yards of debris out there. And so we already have, we're about 40%, 50% of the way of doing our first pass. We have additional crews. And if you haven't seen the paper, what you're seeing, what's happening all over South Florida is cities contracted for debris collection companies to come down after the hurricane. But then those companies didn't make good on their promise because they had so many cities that had need. But our planning, our company came through. We have the work crews, and they're working very diligently. We think first pass will be done within the next 2-3 weeks. Some cities, like City of Miami, is saying 4 to 6 months. So we're going to continue along this way. For those that are asking, geez, when is my stuff going to get picked up? First pass, we think, if you haven't been picked up already, 2 to 3 weeks, and then they're going to make a second and third pass because people are constantly putting stuff out there. But again, we thank everyone for their patience. And PD, I can't say enough about police department, chief, always impressive, but during a time of crisis, it's an amazing thing to watch. You know, we had police officers, their primary job is to make sure the streets are safe from crime and criminals. But the first thing they do to help out, because there's so much problems out there, is they pick up chainsaws and they go out there and they start helping the road crews clear the streets. I don't know if there's another police department in the state of Florida that does something like that, but Chief, that's a culture that you've cultivated in your department, and we're very grateful for you and for all your officers and support staff that make that happen. And by the way, as we cheer on the most visible of our employees, there's a bunch of people in our organization that have to buy those chainsaws ahead of time and store them and make sure that the police cars and the work crews have enough fuel and make sure they're topped off before the storm and all the support staff that was involved, the department heads. For all of you that were involved, you say thank you because it really paid off. And this photos, 2 photos I wanted to show just because after our police helped out chainsawing some trees and making sure our streets were safe, a whole bunch of them went down to the Keys because they suffered so much more than we did, and they were grateful to have us. In fact, our police department was the first outside help that they got. And by the way, and we're going to see a little bit later, I just want to talk a little bit about Homestead history because there's people in this audience that are able to talk a lot more and with more experience about Homestead's history. But when Andrew struck Homestead, Monroe County was the first to help us out. So the support that the mayor and council gave us staff to dispatch and help Monroe County, we appreciate it. I know they appreciated it and they needed us. So Chief, thank you for that. And that is basically Hurricane Irma. And I wanted to just kind of put some to life to that budget and take this opportunity to thank all of you, the assistant city managers and department directors, Steve Taylor, our emergency operations director, and all of the mayor and council for all of the help that you gave us during this time, and most importantly, letting us do our jobs as professional staff, being supportive, and helping us communicate. And then, of course, this piece here is what I really had planned for tonight. I didn't expect to be talking about Hurricane Irma a month ago when we were planning this evening. But this is an important budget hearing for us because it's 25 years since Hurricane Andrew. And I wanted to kind of take this time for people to step back a little bit and really see and understand what that budget book is really all about, because a lot has happened in this city in 25 years. Now, Bob is here, and he's the best person to really talk about history, but the fact of the matter is this city has suffered 2 catastrophic events over 25 years that most governments would never have recovered from. But the resiliency of this community is as impressive as it gets. And the first one, of course, is Hurricane Andrew. And the research I did, because this is way before my time, they say that between 80 and 90% of the structures here in this city were damaged or destroyed. Of course, many people fled the city, the population dropped, and this city became a national story. This became the worst hurricane in the history, most damaging hurricane in the history of the nation at that time, and so a huge struggle for the city. And then came storm number 2, the Great Recession. And just as the city was starting to get back on its feet, building housing on the east side, and you'll see some things in a video in a minute, the recession came. And it came in such a big way for the city. If you can see, in 2008, if you took every single property in the city and added up its value, the total value of all those properties was $4 billion. By the time that recession had finished, we went down to $1.8 billion. Now, that is, for most cities, a catastrophic event because cities rely on property values to fund their government. And so you have that dynamic happening, and then, of course, the best way to raise revenue when you start losing revenue like that is to raise taxes. But what ended up happening is nobody wanted to raise taxes. The electeds, you all didn't want to, the public didn't want it, or tax increases, and so the staff took on more and more, and the population started growing as well. So demand for services went up, and the money just wasn't there. So people did as best as they could, but what you've had with 25 years of resiliency is you've built a great community, and it continues to grow, and you've got the next phase coming up, the next 25 years, with your main focus being on downtown Homestead, to create the amenity that helps everybody in the city with jobs, with property values, with quality of life. The two biggest events coming, obviously, first and foremost, is Homestead Station, which will be a main commuter hub that will allow people to park in the downtown, hop on a rapid transit system, and get to their jobs without being stuck in traffic for 2 hours. A 10-screen movie theater, 14-lane bowling alley, video arcade, state-of-the-art library, retail, restaurants, to spark a new life in the downtown to accompany the new government buildings that you built here. So very exciting next 25 years ahead of us, and there's way more to come. But for tonight, I thought it would be a good opportunity in 4 minutes to celebrate these 25 years and reflect on the catastrophes, the problems that you've dealt with, and also the victories, and what a magnificent accomplishment it has been having faced so much adversity. So with that, I introduce Andrew and the Phoenix. We came up with this name because we saw some old video footage right after Hurricane Andrew, and Ruth Taylor was interviewed, Ruth Campbell, and she said Homestead is like a phoenix. Out of the ashes comes great things. And so with that, I introduce Andrew and the Phoenix.
August 24th, 1992, 5 a.m.
We have the core of the hurricane coming in here. You see it well formed, and it's going to cause significant damage.
The storm of the century killed 44 people and destroyed 170,000 homes. Think about it. 170,000 houses and trailers gone, leaving 250,000 people without a place to live.
These are families that are just trying to get their lives back together again. But as you look around, you search for ways that perhaps they might be able to do that. And you don't see any. There is very little in the way of hope for the people of Florida City and Homestead.
You're broken down and tired of living life on the merry-go-round, and you can't find a fighter, but I see it in you, so we gon' walk it out. Move mountains, we gon' walk it out and move mountains. And I'll rise up, I'll rise like the day. I'll rise up, I'll rise unafraid. I'll rise up, and I do it 1,000 times again. And I'll rise up, I like the waves. I'll rise up, in spite of the ache. I'll rise up, and I do it 1,000 times again.
We're now down 43%.
Two-year no yields went from 190 to 166 in the blink of an eye.
I have never live looked at the Dow Jones Industrial Board and seen a 600-point loss.
This could be the most serious recession in decades. And that means life, as most Americans know it, is about to change, in some cases dramatically.
When the silence isn't quiet, and it feels like it's getting hard to breathe, and I know you feel like dying, but I promise we'll take the world to its feet. Move mountains, bring it to its feet. Move mountains, and I'll rise up, I'll rise like the day. I'll rise up, I'll rise unafraid. I'll rise up, and I do it 1,000 times again. You we have each other. And for that we have each other. And we will rise, we will rise, we will rise. Oh, we'll rise. I'll rise up, rise like the day. I'll rise up in spite of the ache. I will rise 1,000 times again. And we'll rise up. I like the waves. We'll rise up in spite of the ache. We'll rise up and we'll do it 1,000 times again.
Mayor and Council, it's been a great honor to have included in this family of yours. I've worked in other places, but not a place that has the heart and soul that this community has. To my brothers and sisters on this staff, thank you so much. With that, we're here to answer any questions you have.
Well, it's kind of a little tough to follow that, you know. It has been an amazing process, and everything that you highlighted. You know, I was here, as a lot of us were during Andrew, and I didn't think we could ever make it back. You know, when you walk outside, and anything above 6 feet is gone. There's not a leaf on a tree. There's not a building standing that's not got a major amount of damage to it. You just don't think you can come back. And it is pretty amazing to be sitting here and cumulatively what this community has done. Mayors and councils before this one, and this one today, and the one tomorrow. It's a real strong community, because you said it, two catastrophic events. I was devastated to think that we were going to see. Andrew was a once in a lifetime event, once in a lifetime storm, and then we're sitting here a few days before, thinking that we're going to have another lifetime event, another Category 5, come right through Homestead, and I'm just like, I don't know how. I don't know. It's just, but like you said, you don't want to put it on anyone else, but thank God it didn't come through here, because it was just too big and too bad, and it slowed down. But awesome job, Mr. Manager, and the staff. I mean, I know as mayor are going around town, I know I get complimented all the time on what the staff did and how quickly they did the response to all the issues you brought up. Every night, someone comes up at dinner or some event that I'm at and thanks me on behalf of what the staff did. So amazing job all the way around, and just first class, top shelf. Mr. Williams?
Oh, man, I want to go ahead and move the budget because there's nothing else to be said.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Mr. Burgess, you have some.
Thank you, Mayor. As many of us do, each year we receive our trim notice. And when I get mine every year, I like to go back and look at the history of mine. And here we are tonight. I'm at approximately 50% of what I was paying in 2007, yet I'm receiving a whole lot more. Because of the leadership from the council and especially from our manager and his staff and department heads. And as a citizen, I'd like to say thank you, because there's not many municipalities where you're paying 50% of what you were 10 years ago, yet you're receiving a lot more for your bang for your buck. So I would like to say thank you. What we have managed to here has been shown tonight in the video, and it's, you know, Hurricane Andrew was what it was, but the financial crisis that we've been able to survive here through your leadership, and like I said, everybody else's that works for the city, all 470 of us, has been outstanding. And I just want to commend you and the staff for once again keeping the budget where it needs to be, moving us forward, and making sure that we're all going down the right trail. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr.
Yes.
Roth?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I mean, that was very emotional. Thank you, George. And, you know, I was here during Andrew, and before Andrew, and after Andrew, and that was a very challenging time for all of us. Many of us have stories, and I won't go on about the stories and what I went through during that time. A question about the budget, though. If I heard you right, through the mayor, Carlos, the amount of money that we're bringing in this year is less than what we brought in last year. Is that correct, in property taxes and revenues?
No.
Yeah, I just want to make sure what I heard was clear.
No, I don't think I stated that.
Yeah, I think the slide you're referring to is what he did is he accumulated the CPI increases over the years and what our total budget has increased over the years and the population increases. And in essence, you're really doing more with less, even though the revenues increase some.
Right, I get that. So the 184 that we're banking on or budgeting for this year is equal to or greater than what we budgeted for last year?
For last year, it's actually less, but like I stated, is you've got the major capital projects that will be coming to you in November when we will reappropriate those funds. But predominantly, the operating budget, which is what you've got here at 184 million, is less than last year's.
Right. And as John said, you know, when you look back at the property taxes that we collect today from homeowners that were living here 10 years ago, I went through an exercise just the other day that showed that a particular house that an owner had occupied back in 2007, they were paying taxes at a rate of about $4,000 a year. That same house today is only paying $1,400 per year. So what's happened here over the last 5 or 6 years is almost amazing that the city didn't go broke. When you look at the same person living in the same house for 10 years and their property taxes are about 75% of what they were 10 years ago, that's amazing to me. We're very, very fortunate that we haven't faced millage rate increases to cover expenses. The demand for service is greater today than it was 10 years ago. The police department works at basically the same manpower that they did 15, 20 years ago, and they're taking care of far more many people. So you got to commend this entire city staff for what they've been able to do with the shortcomings of what the property taxes that are actually being paid to us today. I don't know any business that could operate or even stay in business if their revenues were down 75%. So again, as we're hearing up here, we commend you, George, your staff, you know, all the city employees that go out and do the greatest job they possibly can. And, you know, I've always said, you know, we've got to give our players the best tools to win the game. And I think Irma showed a lot to us. We were prepared. We had the tools in place. We had the people that cared about our community. You know, I'm a big fan of our police department. They know that. I listened to that radio the day of the storm, the day before the storm. You would think when the winds are howling at 60 and 70 miles an hour out there, there would be nobody on the streets. But our police officers were out there making arrests during the storm. I think it was, how many, Chief? Like 28 during a 12-hour period. They were out there protecting our businesses and our properties, you know, from the bad guys. So I don't want to keep going on, but just commend you, George, the staff, and, you know, the residents of this city, you know, for sticking together, for being there for 25 years. We've seen a lot of stuff that's happened, and, you know, I'm proud to be here. I'm proud to be a part of this city, and I'm proud to be a part of this team that has really worked hard to preserve our way of life here in Homestead. So thank you.
Thank you.
You know, Mr. Manager, when you started and we started getting together, we said we were going to not tax our way out of this problem. We were going to build our way, work our way out of this problem. Today is proof of that, because I remember when the millage was 10. We set it at 10 because we had to have every penny we could get just to fund everything. So now we're almost a little more than half of that, but we're still doing what we need to. So great job. Any other questions, comments? I'm going to open up the public hearing. Anyone would like to speak to the millage rate, which is we're setting it the same it was for the last how many years? 4 years? 5 years?
This is the 5th year. It's remained the same.
Same millage rate for the last 5 years. I'll close the public hearing. Any final comments from council? There was a motion and a second. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Maldonado?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilman Burgess?
Carlos, why don't you read it?
Vice Mayor Fairclough?
I
Mayor Porter?
Yes.
Motion
apologize,
carries.
but we actually need to read the resolution into the record by trim rules.
We did. First,
We did?
the attorney read it in first. Where's the attorney?
We had go ahead.
James?
Record.
It was.
The resolution for the millage rate?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Good. We're good. So that passed. Item 2 is the actual budget itself, correct?
Yes. Mayor, if I might, just to read the ordinance loud. Tab 2 is an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, adopting the budget for each of the several funds and departments of the city for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2017, and ending September 30th, 2018, approving the capital improvement plan, providing for repealer, severability, and an effective date. This is first reading.
First reading. Any questions from council? I'll open up the public hearing as to the budget itself. Close the public hearing. Is there a motion?
Move it.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Councilman Maldonado?
Yes.
Councilman Burgess?
Yes.
Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fairclough? Mayor Porter?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Wonderful. Great presentation. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Thank you, staff. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Move it.
All in favor? Thank you. Give us about 5 minutes and we'll go to the council meeting. I'd like to call the Wednesday, September 27, 2017 council meeting to order. It's approximately 7:15 p.m. Tonight we have the invocation by Bishop Irene Harris from Matthew Holmes. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to let Mr. Williams introduce Pastor. Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mayor. It gives me extreme pleasure to have our invocation tonight, Bishop Irene Stacker Harris. Bishop Irene Stacker Harris was canonized as a bishop in December 2013. The Lord placed her in a position to make a difference in her family, the church in which she grew up in, and eventually served as senior pastor and teacher in the community at large. Bishop Harris heard the call from God and to embrace full-time ministry in the Lord's church. She knew the hearts of the people of Greater St. Matthews. Hence, she extended the church's name to include and embrace the Temple of Love to be officially added to the church's name. Bishop Harris has the heart of a true leader and servant. She exemplifies and embodies a true concern and love for all people. And I introduce, she is the also the newly minted, I would say, president of the South State Ministerial Alliance. And so she's here tonight to come and give us our invocation. Bishop Harris.
And following Bishop Harris, we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance by Councilman Burgess and our police explorers. I mean, our police department. Please stand.
Let us bow our heads. Oh, gracious and heavenly Father, we thank you once again for allowing us to be in your midst and in your presence. And first and foremost, we want to give you thanks for giving us life, health, and strength. We thank you for this day, for truly it is the day that you have made, and we are to rejoice and to be glad therein. We thank you right now for the work of your servants that you put in their hands to do. We thank you for our mayor. We thank you for the vice mayor. We thank you for the councilman. And we thank you for our city manager. We thank you for everything that they are doing in the lives of the people. We pray right now that you would always cause them to have a clear mind, clear conscience in how they govern this great and beloved city. We thank you right now, and we ask you to look upon them, keep them in perfect peace, take care of their family, their loved ones, as they continue to do the work for this great city. We ask you to guide them in every phone call, in every text, in every email that they may receive. Everything that concerns this city, we pray that it will work for the good of the city. So we ask you to watch over every department, every councilman, every department, every police. We ask you to keep the protection of this great city. We thank you for bringing us from a mighty long way, and we rejoice in everything that you are doing and for the greatness that have taken place in the many years that the city of Homestead have stood. So we ask you this night, as this agenda go forth, that you do it in your Son Jesus' name, and we glorify him and give him always the praise, the glory, and honor. We love him, and every person say amen.
States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. Are there any additions, deletions, deferrals? Oh, excuse me. Roll call. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Maldonado.
Here.
Councilman Williams.
Here.
Councilman Roth.
Here.
Councilman Burgess.
Here.
Vice Mayor Faircloth.
Here.
Mayor Porter.
Here. Mr. Manager, any additions, deletions, deferrals? Mr. Williams?
I'd like to pull tab 20.
I'm sorry?
I'd like to take out tab 20.
Pull tab 20?
Yes, take it, yes.
Okay,
Take it,
yes, sir.
From discussion.
Yes, sir. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to, we don't often get the military here. I know Colonel Tissot is here, and I know we met with the police and some of our city staff, met with them ahead of Irma to find out how we were going to coordinate our effort. And I'd like to just kind of maybe if you could give us just like a 2 or 3 minute update on how things are going, if you don't mind.
Mayor Porter, Vice and Councilman. I'm Alan Tissot. I'm the Mission Support Group Commander. I'm kind of the counterpart of your city manager, but on the base. And here's Colonel Lessman. He's the Ops Group Commander there. We've been, of course, very busy. I haven't been off the base much in the last 2 weeks. But I want you to know that we had family members and houses out there too, and luckily we did very well on that process. And thank you for getting my street open and the power back on and all that stuff. So we're very busy. As soon as the storm broke, Monday morning we were landing planes, and we were having emergency search and rescue teams coming in, helicopters coming in, and we really didn't have the airfield open per se fully, but the runway was clear. They started landing planes, and we started putting helicopters pulling helicopters out of the back of C5s, and getting them flying down to the Keys and looking at surveying and looking to do any search and rescue type missions. We have also been hosting FEMA, some of the Guard, the Army Guard missions going down in the Keys, and some of them coming back out. We've actually got them back to the base, and we flew them back home to their, some guys out of Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, Guard units that came down to support the mission. Now, luckily, they weren't needed as long and down there as much. We're still doing some activities. Customs Border Patrol are still flying some search and rescue missions out of Puerto Rico. When Martha came on to that area in like Virgin Islands and St. Thomas and stuff, we actually brought in some of the first responders that were there and bedded them down for a night, and then we sent them back in the next day. So we're standing by. We might be doing some more for Puerto Rico. And, but I want to thank the city of Homestead that you've been a great partner with the base, and we continue to hope we have this good relationship. And that's all I have. Do you have anything you want to add?
I just want to add that he was pretty much running all the humanitarian missions, getting everything going. We're more worried about also, we have to get the base back to mission ready. So after the hurricane hit and we got all the facilities in shape, we were able to bring the Florida Air National Guard back in. They were able to be back on status last Tuesday, and they're able to start go on status for defense of the southeastern United States. Custom Border Patrol, they were able to get their aircraft in, so now Homeland Security was able to get going. The Coast Guard was back to be able to provide maritime safety. And SOC South, they continued flying missions down south into the southern hemisphere. So all of our mission partners were back mission ready, 100%. And then as soon as Hurricane Maria was no longer a threat, we were then able to get all the F-16s back from Texas. We did that last Thursday, and then the next day we were flying training missions, and we're continuing to do that so that way we can get our pilots and the rest of our squadron mission ready for any combat operations in the future. Planned and unplanned operations ready for the call of duty. So really appreciate all the help of Homestead, the city, allowing us to get back on our feet, and Homestead Air Reserve Base is back 100% mission ready now.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Appreciate the update. Everybody sees everything going on, but bringing everybody up on the same page is really important. And thank you for inviting us to be a part of your dialogue as far as going into the storm. I know the manager sent a couple of people out, and it was very, very helpful for us too. So I appreciate the update. Thank you very much. Before we go into the public hearings, most of the people here are for the discussion item as far as the UDB move. Is there anyone on the council that's opposed to moving that item up at tab 18? Okay, at this time, let's go to tab 18. And let's just have this discussion, and that way people that need to go can go. Mr. Burgess? Oh, okay. What time is he supposed to call in? Mr. Shelley?
Councilman, can you speak?
Mr. Shelley, are you on the phone?
I am on the phone. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir. Okay, we're going to tab 18. I know you wanted to be a part of that, so we're opening that up now. Mr. Burgess?
Thank you, Mayor. At last month's meeting, this was one of my items that I brought up under my business, was a possible move of the UDB line out to the east, and the concerns that I had with it. and with some other council members that night. So I thought it would be best if we brought it back, invited the parties that could be affected or are a part of the request to come here and present or give a brief explanation of what side of the fence they're on, whether for or against. As I stated that night, I thought it was in the best interest of the city, and I still do, to protect the investment that this entire South Florida region has in the air base over there. And by protect it, I mean that we as a city don't allow any UDB movement at all. And that would be my ultimate goal through this discussion tonight, is that we move forward with that. And with that, Mayor, I'll give it back to you and see where you'd like to go with it. If you'd like to have the different parties speak or the different council members, whatever you choose, and we'll go from there.
I think we should get some input, but let me ask Mr. White. Obviously, Marissa Holdings, there is no application with us. We haven't seen any. We're not talking about their project particularly. Can you give us a little brief?
Certainly, Mayor. You're correct in that there is not a pending application for consideration with the city of Homestead. The pending application has been filed and is currently pending review by Miami-Dade County. And those hearings are set in the next month. I think staff's prepared a summary of the application. If you want, staff could probably briefly give you an overview of what the application is. That was as of Friday. On Monday, there was a subsequent amendment to the application that was filed with the county. We learned about that today, briefly before the meeting. I think there's an addendum to tab 18, which is the latest correspondence by Marista Holdings council representatives, basically indicating the nature of what that proposed amendment was. So I think maybe an overview introduction if you all want. If not, I think certainly before you open the floor to discussion, I think there's the Airbase is here to talk to you about the pending applications. They've submitted correspondence to you as well as to the county, identifying issues and objecting to the proposal. I think the applicant's representative is here this evening. They may want to speak or address, and I'm not sure who else might, but.
Let's get Mr. Cordino.
Can I just clarify one thing and ask James a question? Mr. White, although it is at the county level at this time, is it true or not true that they did try to submit something to the city and we told them not at this, that we would not accept it at this time?
That is correct, Councilman. The applicant, subsequent to filing their application with the county, the applicant submitted an application for future land use map amendments. Staff returned the application back to the applicant as being premature. Development Services staff isn't going to review or start reviewing an application until there's been a final determination on the county's action with respect to the urban development boundary. Simply because you all, as a local government, as a municipality, cannot take action that's contrary to Miami-Dade County. So in an effort to not waste time and resources, your staff has returned that application as premature. When the county finalizes their decision, that may or may not result in a subsequent application being filed by the applicant here.
Okay, and then that brings me to, excuse me, Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead, sir.
To my next point. I believe you brought this up at our last meeting. Was that most likely the county would look back to us to see what our decision is, whether we agree or whether we have any say, a yes or a no as far as the movement goes. Is that still your belief?
Certainly throughout the process, I think the county looks to the host or local government for some indication with respect to their position or input on a potential application for a UDB change. So I think even though, and Mr. Cordino might have a better knowledge with respect to what correspondence, if any, has been sent by the county yet, but I'm not aware of any official request by the county at this juncture, but certainly within the process at some point in the relatively near future, I think the county will be looking to the city for some
I guess then
input.
my next point would be that really we're not acting prematurely, because this is going to become before the county sooner than later. And if we give them our thoughts up front, it could save a lot of people a lot of time and a lot of aggravation.
You're correct in that any discussion that you have is certainly timely with respect to the application. As of this evening, we tried to get a staff report. I think it's a working draft. It's not ready, so we weren't able to get it from the county. I think the Air Force may have some input or some further details with respect to their conversations they've had with staff. But unfortunately, I don't have anything official from Miami-Dade County staff, planning department, with respect to their opposition or support for the application at this juncture.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Cordino?
Yes, sir.
Please.
I'll give you a brief synopsis.
Let me ask you a question. Can
Yes,
everybody hear okay? Okay, so everybody needs to practice speaking into the microphone, Mr. Cordino?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I'll practice. I'll give you a brief synopsis of the application. On May 31st, the applicant, Maritza Holdings, had filed an application for two things. Number one, to move the urban development boundary, and number two, did this with Miami-Dade County, to change the land use element and land use map at the county. The application is for about 160 acres of land in and around, I think, Campbell Drive and 137th Avenue. And it's basically split into three parcels, Parcel A, Parcel B, and Parcel C. These things run south of Campbell. Parcel A is owned by the Maritza Holdings Group. Currently, it's an agricultural piece of land used for farming. Parcel B is owned and operated by the Homestead Housing Authority, and it's developed already with about 296 housing units. And Parcel C is to the west of all that, and it is consists of two smaller agricultural parcels of land. The application is to move the urban development boundary to the east of this area and to the south, I believe, to the east and to the south, to incorporate these three parcels. And there's a map in your package that shows this. But currently, all of the, I believe all of the parcels of land are agricultural in zoning, and except for Parcel B, which is the Homestead, Housing Authority property, which is government property in itself there. The application was amended on August 15th. What was happened there is that the amendment seeks there to deal with Parcel A owned by Maritza Holdings, seeks an amendment from agricultural to business and office. The application states there was no request for the land use amendment for Parcel B and C. So it should be noted that Parcel B is located within the Air Reserve Base Accident Potential Zone, and there are about 49 housing units there. The third amendment was on 9/25, which was Monday, and essentially what the amendment, as I read it, stated was that they had dropped the request to move they dropped the request to move the boundary for any of the land that was in the accident potential zones in the base, which cuts diagonally through about almost a third of Parcel B, the Homestead Housing Authority property. The application is with Miami-Dade County right now. It's to be heard by their local planning agency on November 6th, and then by the Board of County Commissioners on November 8th. Believe that the Air Base has conducted their analysis, and they have raised concerns about the application from a public safety point of view and emission sustainability perspective. We have not been given the ability to review the application yet and have not been asked to by Miami-Dade County. We called today to check for their staff report, and they told us they do not have a staff report yet, so we talked to the group that's reviewing it there, and that's the status of this application.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Let me ask, Colonel, do you have a representative that would like to come up and explain the base's position on this, Mr. Ventura?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Good to see everyone again. Glad everyone survived the hurricane.
It's just for the record, Larry, get your name and address, please.
Larry Ventura, Homestead Air Reserve Base, and spokesperson for Colonel Garfield in matters of land use planning on the base.
Thank you, sir.
Perfect, it's already up there. Basically, what I'm going to talk to today, if you look at the slides that are up there, is urban growth from 1984 to 2016. Briefly, I'm sure everyone knows, but just to review quickly, the 42nd Fighter Wing is the host unit at the base and flies the F-16 Fighting Falcon, which helped project American power abroad and protects national interest, including the air defense conducted by the Florida Air National Guard. This vital mission protects American lives and assets right here at home, including Turkey Point. Special overseas operations are conducted by Special Operations Command South, and drug interdiction operations are flown by U.S. Customs and Border Protection. Also, the Explosive Ordnance Disposal Team disposes of suspect explosive hazards gathered from a response area stretching from West Palm Beach all the way down to Key West. Application 7, I'll speak to that directly, as submitted to the county on May 31st and later modified on August 15th and then modified again on August 25th, requests that the UDB be expanded to include agricultural land to the west of Harb. Harb has reviewed each of the 3 proposals and believes that the movement of the UDB toward the base may jeopardize the current mission and hamper mission expansion in the future. 3 key points I want you to remember. Development has been moving closer to the base on the west side for many years. The continued expansion of the UDB to include, in the last iteration, the 3rd iteration, approximately another 78 plus or minus acres, will result in still further urbanization. In your package, you will find a slide, which is the one up there on the screen, which depicts the development west of the base from 1984 to 2016. That is 32 years. It's necessary to mention these long-term trends and to measure these long-term trends, as the business of our national defense requires a long-term strategy. What is now Harb was originally established in the 1930s by Pan Am, turned over to the Army Corps, the Army Air Corps, in May 1942, and eventually became an Air Force base in the mid-1950s. That is over 60 years as an Air Force base. That also means that this year is the 75th anniversary of the Army Airfield. Out on the Panhandle, Naval Air Station Pensacola recently celebrated its 100-year anniversary. Well, I don't think I'm going to be here to celebrate the 100-year anniversary. Some of you may. The point that I am trying to make is that the military defense of our nation is a long-term commitment, as is hosting the bases which provide that defense. Continued urbanization toward a base may eventually produce irreparable harm. It is imperative that negative trend line be avoided. The second point is that future mission sets include other aircraft, expanded noise contours, expanded ammunition storage perhaps, etc. Urbanization could choke off this expansion. In fact, the EIS for the F-35 is getting underway shortly. HARB will be studied as well as 3 other competing Air Force bases around the country. Other mission sets may also be assigned the HARB someday. HARP used to be a bomber base, as some of you may know, and we still have a runway long enough to land a space shuttle and enough ramp space to host a heavy aircraft squadron. That is not an indication that those missions would come here, but only to show what resources exist at your base and that the extent of future expansion is unknown. Therefore, be cognizant of the fact that the planning decisions that are made now may have untold effects on the future. 3, immediate mission impacts in general may include flight restrictions, operational security concerns, armament, and EOD range interference, to name a few. I'm not going to go into detail on all these because they are already included in your packets, and the bigger picture here is what needs to be looked at. The base is looking at this holistically in terms of the increasing friction between long-term urbanization and the military mission. Amendments to the CDMP, including moving the UDB, are political decisions by the county about what it values and where it wants development to happen. Changes in land use and zoning at the city level are the same. The decisions or recommendations by the city are about what development it wants and where it wants that development to happen. This is not about the mechanistic application of the ACUS. Recommendations, this is not about a site plan. This is about expanding the line, which gives way to development, and about changing the envisioned future of this area. The state of Florida has been clear on this and has enacted legislation to protect the ability of installations to conduct their missions. Florida Statute 163, legislative findings on compatibility of development with military installations, noting that the economic vitality of a community is affected when military operations and missions must relocate because of incompatible urban encroachment, creates a number of protections that apply specifically to Homestead Air Reserve Base and Miami-Dade County. Further, the same Florida statute required and optional elements of comprehensive plan requires future land use plan amendments shall be based, in part, on the compatibility of uses on lands adjacent to or closely proximate to military installations. The county has followed this intent with changes to its CDMP. Paragraph LU4I in the CDMP in part states, proposals for future land uses on land adjacent to HARB and or within the military zone shall maintain or improve compatibility with HARB. This area is within the obstacle evaluation area for runway 6 non-precision approach. The application, since not a site plan, cannot verify its compatibility with HARB, and regardless, any future urbanization toward HARB does not improve the compatibility with HARB. Further, the county has never considered this area for UDB expansion, as can be seen in the fact that it lies outside the urban expansion area. While it is permissible to expand the UDB independent of the UEA, the fact that it remains outside the UEA shows that the county did not intend this area for UDB expansion. It should be further noted that as currently drawn, the UDB borders the base on both sides, on all sides, at least both ends of the runway outside the UDB. The UDB is the base's first and best line of defense against encroachment and protects this vital asset. To expand the UDB from this area would begin to peel back the strongest protections that the base has. Another reason for concern is that if decision is made to move the UDB, not only may those parcels affect HARB, but the domino effect may be worse. Expanding the UDB may set a precedent that then allows for the camel's nose under the tent effect. Other landowners to the south may then seek to expand the UDB further. The base is concerned this might result in the UDB expanded southward over all properties from the base down to the speedway. I want to refer you back to the urbanization photograph from 1984 to 2016. This is how encroachment happens. Figuratively speaking, 78 acres at a time. In conclusion, HARB remains concerned that the expansion of the UDB toward the installation and mission contours and the continued urbanization of this area will put the installation's ability to train and operate on a negative trend line. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Barring any questions.
Anyone from the council, questions for Mr. Ventura? Mr. Burgess?
Can you just speak of what encroachment means when you go to an area? What encroachment means when people of BRAC or this F-35 group that's going to be studying the different things, what encroachment means to them and what the possible encroachment could mean to the possibility of those things leading here?
Of course. So I can't, of course, none of us can comment directly on BRAC. I can tell you that whenever bases are being measured against each other, currently for the F-35 mission, in the future, it could be for other reasons, as you mentioned. Bases are basically put against each other and they're measured. They are measured sideways, long ways, this way, and they take a look at the assets in the area. And one of the biggest, most important assets that they look at is encroachment concerns. They will look to see what is the airspace available in that area. They will look at frequency encroachment. They will look at land encroachment. They will look at environmental concerns. They will look at all these things, and in the end, they're going to judge your base against the other bases that they're looking at, and that will be one of the factors that they use then to decide which base is either best suited for a new mission or to potentially lose a mission or close. Many bases have closed in the past. Many missions have been lost. Other bases have gained as things have looked well. Example I like to give is NAS Oceana. They bracked NAS Oceana. And then the city got very upset and didn't want to lose their base because most cities don't. So the city spent a lot of money to purchase the homes that had been built in the clear zone and wrecked them so that the base didn't get bracked. Again, let me repeat for the record, I am not saying that we are getting bracked, and I'm not talking about brack.
Right, no.
You're simply asking about the effects of encroachment in these matters.
That's correct.
And that is how it goes. So right now we're being weighed against 3 other bases. And again, the slide tells everything. This whole area was agriculture in 1984, and now we have homes all the way up to the back gate. We explode things on the EOD range when the police find them and bring them into us, and people call now and complain from their homes. That's already a concern. Things are already too close now. We've been told to move our EOD range to the other side of the base, this sort of thing. People are disturbed by the jet noise sometimes. It's going to get louder if we get the F-35. Make no mistake, we are being measured for the F-35 now. EIS will be done. I can't give you a date. The calendar isn't out, probably early 19. It'll take them about a little over a year to get it all done. And if the F-35 comes, that is a good example. Everybody, I think, knows by this time the noise contours are louder. And those noise contours are going to expand, and I can't tell you how far. When this used to be a bomber base originally, the noise contours expanded all the way out over the Everglades. Those noise contours came in when we went to the F-4. Now we're with the F-16, and they're in a little more. When we get the F-35, they're going to go back out to where, I don't know. It could be a whole different aircraft. Could be also large, heavy aircraft. Could be different missions that are going to change the areas. We have the largest storage area for ammunition in AFRC. That's Air Force Reserve Command. If that grows because of the type of aircraft that come in here, that could be problematic too, as the quantity distance arc for explosives will go out farther. So we wouldn't want to limit ourselves and choke ourselves off of the possible expansion and bringing up the base and expanding the base and the base mission, as it's good for the city, it's good for the base, it's good for the country. And it's an asset to have one in your city. And most cities are glad to have them. So The decisions you make today to bring or not bring urbanization closer to the base could have an effect on all those things you mentioned, Councilman Burgess.
And you speak of it being as an asset. Do you know what the economic impact of that asset is, not on Homestead, but on all of South Florida?
I do not, sir. We do have those figures at the base. I did not bring them with me tonight. I apologize.
Would you say it's over $300 million a year?
I would
Just
hate to.
general guess? Anybody in the crowd from the Air Force wanna? I see the.
Really? Oh, thank you.
Could you repeat that?
304.
300, over 304 million, is that what you said? Over 304 million.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
About 3,400 people total, employed, including reservists.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I'll leave for.
Any other questions from council? Thank you, Mr. Ventura.
Yes, sir. Thank
Mr.
you very much.
Maldonado? Hold on, Mr. Maldonado.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Ventura, for coming in here, making a presentation. You know, as I was thinking about, you know, this discussion that we've had time and time again, just some questions have popped up, things I think about. I've heard the same complaints as you have in regards to my community abuts the base, which is the Waterstone District area, District 5. And I've heard my neighbors ask and say, can they change the times that they take off? Or can they please put up a wall to hold off the noise? And I always joke with them and say, listen, that's just the sound of freedom. It's a beautiful thing. And it's true. I'm not going to take that away. That is the truth. Now,
I get a smile on my face when they fly over.
Having said that, you know, some of the questions that I would have and that I jotted down is like, when was the last time the encroachment studies were done? And I think you're showing me the 216. This is the final encroachment kind of map.
That's
that we
not
have?
an encroachment study. That is just we got that off of Google Earth.
Okay.
That's all that is. That's just to show the urbanization coming toward the base over the last 32 years.
And you know, something that I would like to see and maybe a part of this discussion, which we've really not had the time to sit down and speak with the base, and we know that we've heard your concerns, but you know, we should have some questions as well. You know, you mentioned some of the bases that we are competing against here in Florida for some of those other fighter planes that are going to be here. Can you give us a list of those bases and maybe a comparison in how they're doing an encroachment? Because I think it shows it shows a nice picture. And again, and I say that because, you know, these are the questions that the folks are asking, and I think that would be a good discussion to have.
The items you're asking about are going to be included in the environmental impact statement. The EIS, I'm not allowed to get ahead of them. I'm not allowed to go into it. I have to let it run its course. I can't even give you a schedule. I can tell you that it will be soon, within, I would say, I can't give a timeline, month or two, I think. They will have the schedule up there. And once it's up there, they will show you all that information, the entire timeline. And when it's done, all the answers you seek will be there before you in writing.
Yeah,
I can't
and
go ahead of them.
I would love to see the comparison of all the bases and what they are, what their map looks like. You know, maybe theirs is way worse than ours, and you know. But again, we don't have that information, and I guess that's the point I'm trying to make here.
That's correct, but understand also that you can't look at a picture and judge that either, because we're weighed against other things besides just what's there on the ground. There could be things you can't see, like frequency encroachment and things like that. And they're also looking at, of course, the base itself and the assets it has and the ability to train pilots and the assets on the base. So in the end, what you want is each one of the criteria that they're looking at, you want to be the best you can in each of them, because if they outweigh you in this area, you're hoping you outweigh them in another area, and at the end, you have more check marks in your column.
Right. And I'm wondering if, you know, the county, as we've not even heard from them as well in regards to the position from, according to Mr. Cornino, that'll be on the 6th and 8th through 8th. We'll have that discussion. So, you know, that's you know, another bit of information that we don't have. Another question I would have for you is that You mentioned that the base was established in the 1950s, is that correct?
That's correct. At or about 55 or 56 as an Air Force base.
And I know you mentioned that the ACUS and the flight zone is really not a part of this and somewhat of the discussion. I'm not sure if I heard
What?
correct.
I'm sorry?
The ACUS, the flight zone, the crash zone. Is it part of this process, this discussion?
Sorry.
Well, here's a question. Have we had any studies in regards to the flight patterns in the base? I know that we have the ACUS, the flight zone, the crash zone.
Yes.
We know that it starts from over, I want to say the stadium, and it comes through the fields that we're talking about right here. At any time, have you guys had any discussions in the change of that?
Yes, the ACUS that you currently have.
And just so I could, and again, this was a question that we've talked about within our communities because of the noise factor. And I'm like, so one of the questions, just a neighborhood question, just very simple, nothing. Why don't they come off the water and just come on in so we don't hear them coming in? Or why, when they don't take off, instead of taking off towards the water, why don't they take off right over us and maybe won't hear those
I'm going to let
thrusters.
the pilot answer that question in just a moment.
Right, and so I want to just the discussion of our neighbors in regards to those. So I think some of that information I think is important as part of this discussion as we move down the line on this.
All that information is in the current ACUS, and all that information is going to be gone over and, if you want to call it, refreshed during the EIS. And I believe that during the EIS, don't quote me, but I believe the F-35 contours for each base will also come out, which everybody is waiting on. And that will answer a lot of your questions regarding the refreshed version. Yes, there is. The flight patterns are all included in the current ACUS, and they are going to be refreshed during the EIS. And when we do another one, we started doing another one, but we knew that we didn't want to put county and city staff and the base to a lot of trouble by putting out one if we're going to get the F-35 right behind it and then have to do another one. And that was going to be a lot of work on you all and everybody else. Right. So we're patiently waiting for the conclusion of the EIS. If you'd like to know about the taking off over water question, I'm going to have Colonel LOSNER come up. I know he likes to talk.
Well, yeah, I think it'd be good if they, well, I mean, it doesn't have to be at the moment, it's okay. Just in regards to information that we would have in order to, as a part of this discussion.
Why do you take off over the water, sir?
Okay, so our direction of our takeoff and the way we come in is it's due to the winds of how we're going to land. And so when we're taking off, we want to take off into the wind as much as possible, so that way if there's any kind of possible abort, we don't have any kind of tailwind. And now it makes the abort decision a lot more dangerous. I don't know if you realize, about a year ago, we had an aircraft go off the end of the runway and pretty much did a lot of damage and luckily did not kill the pilot. But it's basically off of winds. And so we take off, usually we'll take off out over the water, which is good. It helps the noise a lot because that's when we're in our max power, either middle power or maximum power, using our afterburner. And then when we come in to land, that's why we're coming in the opposite direction, just to keep the traffic flow going in the same direction. When we are runway 24, sometimes the winds switch around, and now we're taking off over towards the racetrack. I know it's a lot louder. Luckily, that doesn't happen as often as we take off the other direction. And also, when we take off at night or in inclement weather, now we have to extend straight for a lot longer time, getting more over the city. So sometimes in daytime operations, we can turn off a little bit earlier and try and prevent some of the noise. When we get at night and we're on instruments or some kind of weather, that's when we have to extend a little bit further. So, we'd like to keep it quiet for the community too. We do our best, but sometimes the mission dictates where we can't do that.
Thank you.
Sir, if, that all, sir?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Correct. And the FANG always takes off over the city because that's their alert in that direction, and it's tactically, that's the best direction off to the south, and where they're situated at, they're always going to take off runway 24. And unless the winds are greater than 10 knots tailwind, then they will have to taxi down and take off the other direction.
That's the end where their hangar is down at the other end, and in case they're attacking Councilman Maldonado's house, we want to get off immediately and not waste any time back taxing and then taking off, and that's why that happens that way. So they're always taking off over the city when they leave.
Let's hear.
Turkey Point is safe.
I was going to say, let's hear from the potential applicant, and so we can ask him questions as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Who would like to speak?
Could you hear me?
Yes, your name and address, please.
How are you, Mr. Mayor, council members? Felix Lasarte with offices at 3250 Northeast First Avenue. Also joining me is Alan Krischer, who is the lawyer who filed the application, and my co-counsel. You could hear me okay?
Everybody here okay? Okay.
Can everybody hear? Good. I mean, first of all, look, the base is clearly an asset, and it's something growing up here in South Florida that I would love to, go and watch the jets fly. And certainly the service that these men and women give to our country is something that we all take seriously and we're very grateful for. There are really a few issues, and I'm not going to get into a full presentation about this application because this isn't really the venue for it. But I do want to say a few things about the process, where we are, and understanding the position that you're in and that the base is in. So the application, as it was filed, included property that was in the crash zone. And that has been subsequently modified to exclude that from the application. This application, it's important for me to tell you, started off in the parcel A, which Mr. Corodino mentioned, which parcel A consists of 45 acres owned by Marista Holdings, owned by a gentleman called Manuel Diaz, who is a farmer by trade. He's been an institution here in South Dade for a very long time, and he is not a fly-by-night speculator of real estate. He's owned this property for over 30 years. And that's why I believe strongly we have a base, but we also need to listen to property owners, longtime property owners, and see if maybe there is a balance, something that we could agree on, have some dialogue. Because again, this is not somebody who's taking advantage of the system. This is somebody who, since the beginning, since early May, we've been talking to the city of Homestead. We've been talking to the planners. We've been actually reached out to some of the folks in Waterstone. We've heard some of the concerns that they needed an area for a park. We're looking into that. I know, Mayor, that probably maybe at the end of August, I may have reached out to you to discuss the application. Again, we don't do a lot of work here. And certainly if the protocol of maybe reaching out to each and every one of you earlier was not followed, then I will take that as my fault. But certainly, I don't believe that our client should be punished for that. Again, we met with the city officials, we met with the planning staff, and tried to explain what we were doing. Nothing was done in the cover of night. We filed at the county, notices were given, and we even filed an application here, or tried to file an application, to let you all know what we were doing. So this application could change. We could modify it. We could work with the base, we could work with the city to do something that does not bring development towards the base. Let me just say this, that parcel A is further away from the base than existing developments. Parcel A is south of the Waterstone project, and it's west of the existing housing authority development. So when, and I say this respectfully, when the base says that we're bringing development towards the base, Parcel A is surrounded by development. We're not getting closer to the base. And the only reason that we added, and this is important, the only reason that we added the housing authority parcel was because it already existed there. And from a planning standpoint, it makes sense just to have a perfect square and not have things that jot out because it already existed there. If the base believes that that should be excluded from the application because it's bringing development towards the base, we would certainly move it and delete that, as we did with the property in the crash zone. The property, the 45 acres, again, does not bring development closer to the base because it's surrounded by development. It's now agricultural, and it's on the hard corner of Campbell and 137th. To run tractors in today's world on Campbell Drive isn't necessarily something that's extremely practical. There's traffic, there's a urbanization that's surrounding Manuel Diaz's property, who is a farmer by trade. And I can tell you, if I live long enough, because he'll probably outlive me, I will tell you that at his funeral, people will stand up and say, Manuel Diaz was a farmer. He's very proud of that. His dad was a farmer, his grandfather was a farmer. He's not a speculator, but he's been surrounded by development. So he wants to bring forward his parcel to join what is around him, and it's not going to be residential. It's going to it's going to be business and office, so it'll be commercial uses. And we could build that to a standard where, with the decibel levels of the planes or the F-35, we could have thicker windows. We could certainly work with the base to do all those things. What I would humbly request, and I'm no one to ask this council what they should or shouldn't do, is to let us have some time for some dialogue between the city, your planners, and the airbase. And let's see if we could come up with something that is acceptable. At the end of the day, if in a month you decide that this isn't going to work, then certainly we could reconvene and send out a resolution to the county in time to say, look, Homestead doesn't like this application. Because where are we right now? Where we are at the county is that the county doesn't even have a recommendation for this application. Where are we now? We don't have dates for these hearings at the county. They've all been moved because of the storm. I know when I reached out to the mayor was in the middle of, pickup and collection debris, and I was hoping to use that time to be able to start meeting with you all, but I know you've been in the recovery mode. So, again, I would like for you to be able to move this discussion to another date, to just extend it, give us some time to talk to the base, give us some time to work with your staff, and let us meet with you and get your input as to how we can make this application better. And I can tell you today that the 45 acres, which is parcel A, does not bring development towards the base because it's already surrounded. It's further south than existing development, and it's further west than existing development. I don't know if my colleague, I don't want to bore you, I don't know if my colleague Alan Krischer wants to add anything. Alan, go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. For the record, my name is Alan Krischer. I'm with the law firm of Holland & Knight, representing the property owner. I just want to, we welcome the opportunity to present more information to the council. It's been going on for a long time. I want to talk briefly about the county process and make sure that we communicate all the information about what's going on. Because this is still early days in the county's process for amending its comprehensive plan. Changing the UDB is what the county considers a large-scale amendment. There will be a final hearing by the county commission. A final decision will not take place until March of next year. There are many, many months left of analysis that the county will be conducting. They will be conducting a hearing in December, but the county commission will be only choosing whether or not to transmit the application to the state Department of Economic Opportunity for their input in the application. The county's final decision will not take place until March. We believe that time spent trying to see if this application can work with the base and be compatible with its mission, the same way that other developments in this area have been compatible with the base's mission, is a worthwhile endeavor, because this property too is an asset within the city of Homestead. Right now, it is a sorely underutilized asset. Felix mentioned that it's right up against Campbell Drive and 137th Avenue, which doesn't really lend itself to agricultural production, but it's also cut off on the southern boundary by the existence of a South Florida Water Management District canal. It can't be combined with other agricultural parcels. We can't bring tractors in from outside of the section line roads because we can't cross that canal. In the meantime, the decision of what might ultimately be developed on this property is entirely within this council's hands. The county only has jurisdiction over the UDB. If the county moves the UDB, all that does is allow this council to decide, ultimately, what uses will be made of this property. As indicated by your professional staff, it's currently designated and zoned ag. We can't do anything on this property unless you give permission, with or without the UDB. Now, the development program that we've submitted to the county for their information and traffic analysis purposes, a mix of office, retail, perhaps a hotel component, those sorts of things. We provided an economic analysis to the county of what that program might mean. And the county is reviewing that, but our analysis showed that it would increase the taxable value of this property to $71.5 million, and it would create over 1,100 full-time jobs. It's a large piece of property. It's located next to a very large residential development. There's some 2,500 people that live in Waterstone that have needs for employment, recreation, activities, shopping. Right now, they have to just get in their cars and drive west. We think that there is an opportunity to leverage the assets that the city already has, to provide more offices in close proximity to Homestead Hospital, to provide perhaps an additional hotel asset that might benefit from being on the entrance to the Speedway down 137th Avenue. We believe that it would be a beneficial endeavor to at least let us get to the stages that the base was talking about that we're not at now, to start talking about the specifics, to start talking about the things that we can do. The reason that we filed the application with the city is, as your staff has mentioned, there isn't a formal role for the municipality this early in the process of the county's process. We wanted to get into your process so that the city staff would have something that they would be making a recommendation about, that they would be reviewing, that this would be on your docket. And if that's not the way that the city wants to go, we're fine with that, and we can discuss it at these meetings. We can talk about what we're doing. We can continue to work with your staff in the base, with the county staff in the base. But as Felix mentioned, we need the opportunity to see if this can work for the city and for the base. And at the end of the day, we don't do anything other than agriculture here unless this council says yes to that in multiple different settings. So we would like the opportunity to continue working to see if there is a win-win situation for all involved and make this a more beneficial asset for the city.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Burgess?
Thank you. Sir, don't leave me. Don't leave me.
We got a question here for you.
Stay with me.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. Thank you. I guess one of my questions is, with the Housing Authority, they're kind of grandfathered in. So you guys, and maybe I'm misinterpreting this, but there's really no development that can be done there. If you tear those down, there's nothing that can be rebuilt. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So you're just wanting to bring them in so that everything is tied in together there?
I have a colleague who tells me that I sometimes let public policy get in the way of advocacy. We looked at this from a planning perspective, and you've already got urban development that's outside the UDB. That development needs to be served with water, sewer, electricity, things that can get a little more complicated when the county's plan doesn't reflect reality, that there's an urban use outside the UDB. So when we were trying to come in and say what makes sense from a planning perspective, and what probably should have been done back in the day, is that the boundary would have been along the canal. I mean, leaving aside the very valid concerns that the base has raised, even further to the west of us, the boundary is still not Campbell Drive. It is still Campbell Drive, not the canal, leaving these remnant agricultural pieces. We do not want to come forward with an application that this council is going to say to us, well, you're in the UDB, but we still have concerns about the base. We're not going to approve your comp plan designation. So as Felix mentioned, if we need to further revisit the boundary on that side, take out more than just the crash zone, that is something that is certainly on the table. If we need to provide commitments to either the county, the base independently, or to this council as to development standards, particular uses that will be permitted, prohibited, all sorts of things that we can do on the development parcel, we commit to you that we will explore all of those opportunities.
South Florida Water Management, as you back up to them, have you guys had discussions with them? They have any concerns that they've shared with you about backing up to the canal or anything there?
They have not expressed any concerns to us. That's a water management district that provides flood control in the area.
And so then you bring up another, because we're now, as we all know, the 100-year flood plan that the county's coming up with. And we're all going to be in that zone down here. What, if any, has the county's discussion been about that with you guys, or have you not even gotten that far yet with them?
The county hasn't given us their formal recommendation. They have talked to us about issues relating with the flood zone. That is, in addition to conversations that we had with your professional staff, one of the main reasons why we are looking to a commercial development as opposed to a residential development is that we're not going to be bringing additional residents that have to deal with evacuation areas, with evacuation. We are looking to have this be a non-residential development that can accommodate and be hardened against that type of activity.
And then one last thing is, as ag land is taken away, I believe there's supposed to be some sort of replenishment program to the ag industry. Ag, as we know, is shrinking down here, unless I misunderstood what somebody was talking to me about. If we take this agriculture land away, where does the county gain or the state gain back that lost? Or am I mistaken on what I'm trying to say? And didn't understand exactly what they were trying to explain to me.
I don't know with whom you were speaking, but
because I thought
you didn't want to get too much into the weeds here tonight. Yeah. But that's exactly what we've been working on with county staff, which is we have already proposed to county staff and had discussions with them about providing the analog to a conservation easement, but to provide an agricultural easement. As Felix indicated, our client is a farmer. He owns considerable agricultural holdings. We have already committed to the county that we will place a restriction on other properties that he owns that requires them to remain in agricultural use in perpetuity, again, like a conservation easement, in an amount at least equal to the acreage that is the subject of this application. And we're going to be talking to them about whether additional measures can be made. It is our goal that we can commit that there will be no net loss in that respect, and that we will be preserving ag land in an amount equal to this. The reason that we came forward at this time is that because this is a parcel that is located right across from a very urban use and along section line roads, it's not necessarily ideal for farming, and we think that we can put it into more beneficial use while still making sure that we take steps to protect agriculture elsewhere.
So then I guess you guys haven't reached out to the air base yet, or you haven't and not been able to contact, or what? I know that they have specific rules that they have to play by for the DOJ or DOD.
I think I may have caused Mr. Ventura some frustration because we were trying to set up a private meeting shortly after we got their comments and say, we'd like to come in and talk to you, and they advised us that their policy is that they will not meet with individual private applicants. They will only meet with governmental officials. So we reached out to Miami-Dade County, and they were kind enough to arrange a meeting where the base would meet with the county to discuss the base's concerns, and that we could be part of that discussion. And that's certainly something that we would be open to continuing to do.
So that has or has not happened?
That has happened, yes.
Has happened.
And that is part of what led to our eliminating the property from the crash zone. It was never our intention that the housing authority project be a development parcel. And we realized after that meeting with the base that the inclusion of the property that lies east of the diagonal purple line was causing them considerable consternation because that is in the accident potential zones. So we just took it out.
I'll rest. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Joe, as a question, the comment was made that there's no other use other than ag on that property. That can be 1 per 5, correct? Ag has a 1 per 5 designation?
Yeah, well, you can do one unit per 5 acres. Outside of the urban development boundary, you're able to develop 1 unit per 5 acres.
So as it is, where it is, residential could go there, 1 house per 5 acres.
If we decided to change the use to residential, yes. Because it's agricultural now. Right now, it can only be used for agriculture. You'd have to change the use to residential, and then outside of the boundary, it could only be developed at 1 unit per 5 acres.
Because I didn't think we had much say in that. I thought that was a county process that they said that agriculture outside the UDB had the right. And I'm not saying that I'm correct. I know there's always been an argument about.
Well, in my opinion, the issue is, and Alan, you may be able to answer that, but in my opinion, the issue is that we're in control, the property's within the boundaries of the city. And so we're in control of the land use and zoning on that property. I believe it is true, and Alan will be able to answer it, that development outside of the urban development boundary is allowed at a maximum density of 1 unit per 5 acres. But please.
That is correct. The UDB is a ceiling on what the city can permit, but 1 per 5 acres would be consistent with the county's UDB, and so that would be permissible under the county's regulations if it were permissible under the city's regulations.
We would still have a bite at that apple, so to speak. We would still have a say-so.
Yeah, we have a say-so on all land use and zoning. So no matter what happens with the movement of this line, if the city decides that there is no better use than this property than agricultural, it does not have to, it's not compelled to change the land use map and change the land use from agricultural to anything. That's, I believe, completely your decision. Same with zoning that would follow.
Okay. Mr. Maldonado?
Sorry, I got sidetracked here. I'll hold it for now.
Mr. Shelley, you there still? Yep. Mr. Shelley?
Yes, Mayor, sorry, I had it on mute.
Did you have any questions?
I do, actually. I just had some, I guess, clarification questions I wanted to ask in general, and that was, I know this issue came up a couple council meetings ago. You know, we had the discussion about the UDB being changed and the effect it might have on the base, and there was some general discussion by us as a body. And so kind of what I envisioned or what I thought we were going to be doing was having a discussion about whether or not we as a city were going to weigh in on the issue as far as setting a resolution with whether or not we were maybe a support of or against of, or maybe just in general supportive of the base. And so tonight a lot of this discussion has gone really in detail about issues that if we were making an actual change to the UDB, if we were the deciding body, would make sense to be going down and having these discussions. Or if tonight we were discussing the actual zoning, rezoning of the property or a site plan related to the property. But for me, it's more of a simplistic, to me, discussion tonight or decision, and that is, you know, we are weighing in, or we should weigh in one way or another on whether or not we support an economic engine of our community, which is the Homestead Air Reserve Base. And so for me, it's more of a simplistic, we send a message that we find the base is very important, and that whatever decision the county decides they want to make on the UDB, they need to make sure that they know that we believe that Homestead Air Reserve Base is very important to our community, both as an economic engine and as from a safety and a staging area for disaster relief and other purposes. And so to me, that's what I envision the discussion tonight centering around, and instead we're kind of stuck down in the very minute details, which really is outside the purview, in my opinion, of our decision making at this point. That's the county's decision. If they decide to use the UDB, then at that point we will have to make some of those decisions if they're available to us. On the other hand, if they decide not to use the UDB, then those decisions are not going to be before us. So I guess more of just a clarification question on where exactly or how is this discussion, or what my colleagues are envisioning this discussion accomplishing tonight, just so I have an idea of the further debate.
Well, and that was the point, because when James spoke earlier, the issue is not, it's really, are we going to support the movement of the UDB? But I'd only heard about this project through the newspaper, or someone come up to me and, off the street and tell me. I'd never seen anything formal about this. I don't think any of us had ever seen anything formal. So for us to get some background on, because this has been a moving target. And so I think really the simple question is just what Steve said, or Mr. Shelley, is the council going to support or not support the idea of moving the urban development line? And I think that's the question we're going to send the answer to the county commission, is not specifically driven by a project or not. But there's an expansion question to the UDB. I know it was moved once for the racetrack. It was they moved 40 acres into the UDB, but the city had to give them over 120 in return. Is that correct? I think it was 120.
It was offset by mitigation property, conservation mitigation property. That was required for the city to give to the county.
Right. So they put 40 acres in to facilitate a need of the speedway, and then the city in turn gave up 120 acres or so of property that was owned by the taxpayer inside the urban development line. But it was heavily mitigated, so there's going to be hardly any use for it in the future. But I think really, out of fairness to everyone, we needed to hear what the base's opinion was. We needed to hear from the potential applicant, but I think at the end of the day, the decision the council has to make is it willing to support UDB movement, because that's really what this is about. I don't think it's about a project. To me, because this project keeps moving. Any comments from the council? Am I wrong, or what are y'all's opinion on what we want to do? Mr. Maldonado.
Thank you, Mayor. This was a discussion, and the discussion really doesn't have a set direction. I guess from my colleague's perspective, Councilman Burgess, was the fact that he's coming with a direction, and I guess the way I'm looking at it is I always like to see a process. I mean, I'm all for the base. Obviously, my father worked there. I know the impact it makes in our community. I always tell people, look at our logo. There's a tractor and there's a base, and so there's a history there. We know the importance. We love the base, that we get to host the air shows and everything that comes with it. So there's no denying, I think, from the sense of the city of Homestead and elected officials, of the importance of it. But at the same time, I'm thinking about freedom in America, and I'm thinking of a process that we've not had. It's for me, I'm seeing it like, I'm not sure if we're seeing it as a stand. I mean, we stand with the base. I think everyone, and obviously this is a national issue at this point, what we're talking about with NFL and who's making the right stand. But, so having said all that, I still, like the mayor just said, we've not had any information and discussion. We've heard it from the newspaper. This is the first time we're hearing from the company, the organization that's talking about that property. That property does abut my community, as well as our vice mayor's community, and I think that we should have some input in some of this. My community has said, hey, they've, and if Mr. Manager, you recall, back in 2013, I came to you because of my community and had asked to see if we could look at some of this property that's not being used and seeing if we could have, you guys mentioned a park. Well, guess what? In 2013, with the city manager, at least we had that discussion, because when they developed that whole property, my constituents feel cheated out, because there's parks and there's recreation everywhere in the city of Homestead, but not in our community. We have a lot of lakes and CDDs and HOAs, but there's no place that we could have any type of leisure. I mean, when I run, I have to run on that sidewalk from, I live in Malibu Bay, and I have to run down 137th Avenue. And you know what? I never feel safe. I always say, I wish there was a park. Well, there's a hospital. I said, well, I wish there was a park. Keys Gate has a park, and the rest of Homestead. So, again, so we've looked at that property, we've talked about that, maybe there's a possibility, but my community also has some needs. Again, what I don't want to see, or my position, I guess, would be is I'd like to see a process. I'd like to see what the county has to say. I'd like to see what you guys have to say. And then it doesn't mean that we're going to make a decision, but at least I'd like to have a conversation. At this point, it's I don't want to say it's like a dictatorship, but it's no, it's no and no, and that's it. There's no discussion. So that's kind of my position on it. Again, I'm taking nothing away from the base, but at least let's have a discussion. That's the point I'd like to make.
Anything else, sir? Vice Mayor?
Yes, Mayor, as a point of clarification, I was reading through the minutes for the last meeting that I was not in attendance at, and you had mentioned you want us to have this discussion so that we can take an official position to be able to give to the county. But is it proper to take an official position under discussion item?
That's the direction of this committee.
Please.
This is.
Can you turn me on, please, Mike?
Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
I had asked staff to prepare a resolution for tonight. Unfortunately, when staff reviewed the video or something, I was told that they must have oversaw what you read in the minutes or something, because I was told that the direction wasn't that thorough that we had given them. I thought it was. I still stand today and think it was, but evidently staff didn't when they came back to the manager, and the manager called me up and said that we weren't going to be able to do what I had requested.
And Vice Mayor, I believe at the same time the schedule was different. It ended up being different because that meeting, they were supposed to have this in front of the county in the October timeframe, was what it was said. So the urgency was, if we were going to take a position, we needed to take that position in September and getting in prior to whatever meeting was held at the county commission, so that at least we would have some sort of opinion from Homestead, from us in that case.
Right, I get that, but we can't take an official position under an item that's labeled discussion, because
we can give direction.
Because it's setting a precedent. We're taking an official position under a discussion item. I mean, as for me, moving the UDB is a big deal. It's a really big deal. And we listened to the position from the base, and it causes some concerns. And you mentioned Waterstone a lot, but you forgot about my community, which is Oasis, which is right there. And absent of all of the facts, it's very hard for me to support it now when this is the first conversation or discussion I've had with it. So as it is now, I can't support this. So I don't know.
You can't support.
I won't support this item because I don't feel like I have enough information to. And in light of the concerns from the base, with the city has a very great relationship with, and I know I'm not going to hamper that relationship. I can't support it as it stands now. So I don't know what type of official decision we're going to make, but I don't know. I don't feel good about this right now.
If I can, Mr. Mayor, I mean, look, we agree the base is extremely important. The base is extremely important. We agree with that. We would just like the opportunity to be able to sit down and give you all the facts. So then when you weigh in on this, you weigh in on and seeing the totality of the circumstances and not, you know, a little bit here and a little bit there. And whoever we can meet with the chamber and with the military affairs board, we could sit down and have these dialogues. So when you decide that you want to take a position on it, you have all the facts. That's all we want. I mean, we're not trying to minimize what this base means to you from a historical perspective and from an economic perspective. But again, we believe that, you know, we are not going and bringing development towards that base. The development's already there. We're actually, you know, further away than some of the existing development from that base. That's what doesn't make sense to me.
Mayor, I'm all for fairness, and I'm willing to listen to both sides and take a position. I'm all for that. My concern is your plans for this area, which is not really clear. I heard a mention of office and retail, a potential hotel. Like, what are you offering the community that we don't have already? We have hotels, we have office spaces, 1,100 more jobs. Are those high-paying jobs? We need high-paying jobs. So what do you have to offer that we don't have already that makes this mission critical for us to entertain changing the regulations for within the UDB?
And the thing with this is that there is no urgency because this process is going to go from...
Okay, even if there is no urgency, what do you have to offer that we don't have already?
You have, and my colleague spoke to it earlier, you're going to have a significant increase in your tax base by having this property developed with the commercial uses that we anticipate that are going to go there. And these things could range, like he said, from hotels to offices to retail. And
What
we know,
type of retail?
And we know,
You can't project that.
well, right today, I can't tell you that we're going to get a Target or, you know what I mean? But I can tell you that there is retail. I can tell you that we are going, and we've already begun, and obviously I didn't mention Oasis, but we are thinking of putting a 5-acre area, setting it aside for a public park, which creates a public use. So we do know that we have to give back to this community. And I know that if we have a dialogue with the base, that we might be able to solve issues that exist currently that might be able to help them operate even better. And we'd like to discuss that with them.
In all fairness, I don't want to debate this on the floor because
I
we can go back and forth because
I know.
I can keep rebutting you. But if it is the will of the majority of this council to move this forward, to enable us to have that conversation with you, I welcome that.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor.
That's all, ma'am.
Yes.
James? Mr. White?
Mayor, I just wanted to mention, based on the last information that your staff received from the county, this application is scheduled to be heard by the county's Planning and Advisory Committee on November 6th, and then followed by the County Commission hearing on November 8th, which is the transmittal hearing. If the county decides not to transmit, then the application's dead. There's no more discussion. If the county chooses to transmit, then you still have to get comments back from the state, from other interested or affected organizations, and then there is further time and discussion with respect to the application. As was mentioned earlier, the final adoption hearing wouldn't be until March, but that's if the application is transmitted. So that's the time frame that we're looking at, if there are any discussions or whatever you all decide or choose. But that's the critical time frame.
Mr. Roth?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know where to start either. It's kind of like we're putting the cart before the horse at this point. There's no There's no decision by the county at this point to expand the UDB. I'll have to say that the expansion of the UDB in that area is going to open up other cans of worms for us in the future. As that UDB gets expanded south, then we have to worry about another asset in the city, which is the Homestead Miami Speedway as well. So, and I'm sure if they're put to the task, they would come out and probably be against the UBD expansion as well. So I'm like my colleague over here. I like to go through the process and see the process and go through it. And but at this point, I just don't feel this is a decision for us to be making, because we're making a decision that is irrelevant at this point because the county hasn't made a decision. Kind of like our planning and zoning department or development services saying, listen, we don't need to look at your stuff right now because the county hasn't made a decision at all yet too. So this is not about a project. This is not about an owner. This is not about a specific piece of property. This is about moving a boundary line that was put in place many years ago, and I don't believe that even the discussion of the boundary lines are coming up until 2025. So we've talked about this for like an hour now, and there's plenty of people out here in the audience that want to talk about it as well, but we're kind of like at a crossroad because the county hasn't made a decision. We can't make any decisions. I don't think we're in a position to squash it tonight anyway, so I would like to just, continue on. Maybe we discuss this further. Maybe there is some dialogue between the base and the developer, and maybe there's not. But none of that matters at this point until the county listens to this application. If I had to make a decision tonight, I wouldn't support the application. I wouldn't support the UDB boundary line. So to persevere or to protect the base and the other assets that we have in the city, it would be a tough decision for me to support a UDB expansion. So that's my thoughts. Thank you, Mayor.
I need to get a motion to extend the meeting for an hour. Is there a second? All in favor? Mr. Maldonado, Mr. Burgess, and then Mr. Shelley.
Thank you, Mayor. And just to kind of reiterate, to state my position where, just like Councilman Roth just said, we know the importance of the basin. That's why I mentioned it first and foremost. They've been here, they are here, and we know the significant impact. My question is to James, which you just mentioned, or even to Mr. Cordino. Can you tell us a little bit more? Let's say we took a position, right? Whatever position, up or down, whatever. It's just a position. It's a recommendation, right? It's not where they're going to take it the same way one of our committees would give us a recommendation on the position. It's just a sense of reference. Now, what happens if the county moves the UDB? How, at that point, does that affect us and what we need to do with that property? Let's say we just took a position of opposition. How, and the county still does the UDB movement. Please tell us, what happens then.
Well, first of all, I think that
James in the mic.
Oh, sorry. First of all, I think that it's as the mayor pointed out previously, it's a threshold question with respect to whether or not you want to move the line, without getting into specifics about any type of project or proposed development. Whether that's a balance that you need to look at. You have comp plan provisions and there's statutory provisions that deal with military installation, land use compatibility. The county's bound by those as well. If you took a position either for or against this evening, it would just be a recommendation to the county commission, and they would weigh it in the totality of their whole policymaking decision process in reviewing the application of whether or not to transmit and have further discussions, or whether to not transmit, which closes the door, it's final, no more discussion. If the county were to transmit and then subsequently hold a final adoption hearing to modify the urban development boundary. That still doesn't change the future land use and the zoning designations that the city has on the property. Any future development would require the applicant to have to seek changes to the future land use from ag to whatever it may be with respect to both the future land use comp plan and the zoning. Because right now it's all ag. Homestead Housing Authority is government property. Certainly if the line is modified or changes, then it opens the door, and it opens the door to a shift in policy. It makes it easier. It starts heading down a certain path. You're then can't lie behind, it's the line, we're not holding the line, we're not moving it, it's ag. That sort of argument is still there, but it's weakened, it's less. And the pressure will be, maybe not now, but in the future, if the line's moved, that property shouldn't remain ag, it should be suited for some future development. So that's sort of how this would play out if the county were to move the line. Then you would be faced with having to make a decision at the local level. First, your comp plan, which is a legislative policy decision, and you could choose to keep it or not keep it, or to modify it. If you were to amend it or modify it, then you then open the door to the quasi-judicial, the entitlements, the rezoning, the site plan, the platting, whatever may come. So that's sort of the hierarchy of what would happen.
And thank you, exactly. I just wanted to make kind of the point that, I mean, even though that we could have a recommendation and for or against, I think it's just making sure that the community has the information of, you know, what happens if we stand against it, and then, you know, what comes behind it. I think at the end of the day, it's, you know, what you're saying is that's still in our hands, but it's just a weakened position. So I just wanted to get that on the record so that people were clear about that, because that's, you know, just kind of me thinking, I'm like, okay, let's say we oppose it across the board. You know, it's a recommendation that goes to them, and then we go from there. So that's it, just a point of clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Burgess?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess to Mr. Ross' point that this is irrelevant, it's not, because we're trying to be proactive instead of reactive here tonight. We're trying to protect the air base and what it means to all of South Florida, or at least that's what my intention is. And it's called home rule. And we're a home rule county. And I'm trying to set a precedent that we're trying to lead the way for what we want down here. And that's the point of this discussion tonight, whichever way it may go, A or B. And to be proactive is always what I preach up here. And that's what I'm trying to do again tonight, is to be proactive as we move forward so the county knows where Homestead stands, and that's my position. It's not the developer or anything about that. It's my position or our position to the county as they come down and mingle in our business again. And then to the state, and they mingle. So that's all I'm trying to do tonight. And with that, I'd like to make a motion that we, as a city council, have a resolution in support of the air base and denial of the UDB expansion. And bring that back to our next meeting, since there's questions whether or not we can do it tonight.
Is that your motion?
Yes, sir.
There's a second. Mr. Shep, I'm sorry.
I just want him to explain what that motion.
The motion is for denial of the UDB expansion and in support of the air base and its mission forward and what their goal is here in the city of Homestead.
you mentioned bring something back.
for the next meeting.
Well, because there was question of whether or not we could do it tonight.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to step on anybody's toes, but we'll be back here in whatever the day is in October, which will still be before their meeting, so it'll be plenty of time for it to be sent down to the county. And that would be my motion, and it was seconded by Mr. Roth.
Mr. Shelley?
Yes, Mayor. Yeah, Councilman Burgess stated a lot of what I was going to say, and that I think it is important that we, at the City of Homestead, take a leadership position here, and that we send a message that what we want as a city in favor of the base or protecting the movement of the UDB line at this particular point in time. And I think it's important that we be proactive in that nature. And so Councilman Burgess stated a lot of what I was already going to state. But I do think that's important versus letting them make a decision and then reacting to that decision. I think we need to have our decision on the record before it makes that meeting on the 4th or the 6th of November, that this is what the City of Homestead believes is important, which is the Homestead Air Reserve Base, and that we want to make sure we preserve that asset and preserve their mission going forward. And I think that's critical, and so I support Councilman Burgess's motion. And the meeting, just for clarification, the meeting in which this would be brought back to us, would that be our next regularly scheduled council meeting, kind of in the middle of October, which may or may not give the time for them to get to the packet to get into the before the meetings for the county at either level, or are we talking at the next budget hearing, which I think is the 4th or so of October, which is in about a week? Which meeting would we bring this back up for decision and discussion?
Mr. Burgess?
Thank you. I guess to the attorney, how much time would be needed for some sort of resolution to be written? And then I guess also it would have to become a special call meeting if we were trying to do it at our next
Yeah,
joining.
we would need a special call.
Okay.
And you have your final budget hearing scheduled for October 4th?
Right, so we need a resolution drafted for.
Is that doable by the 4th?
Yeah, we could do that. I'm not sure if there may or there may not be a county staff report or a county position at that
No, I'm not
point.
asking-
But
I'm not asking for
irrespective,
that.
we can certainly draft something and have it ready for
All right,
October
well, let's
4th.
shoot for October 4th at a special call meeting then, please.
Go ahead, sir.
No.
It's on the table. Hold on, I'm sorry. Mic's off.
Yeah, here you go. What we wanted to do was to be able to have this dialogue with the base.
Okay.
And-
Sir, hold on. You can still have dialogue with the base because you have to go to the county. What we're trying to do as a city is have our dialogue to the county. You're more than welcome to go to the base still. If that's where you're going to go, I'm going to ask you to stop, and I'm going to ask for a vote on the motion.
No, but what I'm saying is.
Stop. Call the vote.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so
Okay.
this is going to be back in front of us in a resolution form. Doesn't mean it's passed tonight. The resolution will be back before us again for another vote, up or down, on October 4th in a special call meeting. So anybody that's going to take a position and wants to talk to someone, you've got between now and October 4th to state your position and try to influence or correct or change anyone's minds right now. This decision's not going to be made tonight. It's going to be made October 4th, okay?
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, everyone, for sitting through the whole thing. We will move on. Going back to tab 1, public hearing, Mr. Attorney.
Yes. One moment, Mr. Mayor. Yes, please be advised the following items on the agenda are quasi-judicial in nature. If you wish to comment upon any of these items, please indicate the item number you would like to address when the announcement regarding the quasi-judicial item is made. An opportunity for persons to speak on each item will be made available after the applicant and staff have made their presentations on each item. Swearing in, all testimony, including public testimony and evidence, will be made under oath or affirmation. Additionally, each person who gives testimony may be subject to cross-examination. If you do not wish to either be cross-examined or sworn, your testimony will be given its due weight. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the council to ask questions of staff or witnesses on their behalf. The full agenda packet on each item is hereby entered into the record. Persons representing organizations must present evidence of their authority to speak for the organization. Further details of the quasi-judicial procedures may be obtained from the clerk. In accordance with Code Section 2-591, and any lobbyist must register before addressing the council on any of the following items. At this time, council members must disclose any ex parte communications concerning any items on the agenda.
Tab 1 for myself.
Tab 1.
Hearing no further ex partes, at this time, the clerk will swear in any persons who wish to testify on the following quasi-judicial items. So anyone in the audience who's wishing to speak on any of the following quasi-judicial items, please stand and raise your right hand to be sworn.
Please state your name. Hereby swear or affirm that the information I present shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God. Thank you. You may be seated.
Tab 1.
Tab 1, I have a conflict and I have to be excused.
Say, Mr. Roth, say it again, I'm sorry.
I have a conflict and I will recuse myself from this item.
All right.
Someone will come get me after this one's finished.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, tab 1 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida granting site plan approval for a proposed 2,287 square foot restaurant with a drive-through facility on an approximately .47 acre parcel located at 605 North Chrome Avenue, as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date.
Report from staff, Mr. Cordino. Hold on, can get
Sorry.
you on. Go ahead.
You got me?
Okay.
Staff is recommending approval of this site plan. The applicant, VERDAD Real Estate, is requesting the development of a 46-seat Popeyes restaurant with a drive-through facility. The site plan envisions 19 on-site parking spaces, 3 edge parking spaces, 2 25-foot curb cuts that are proposed on-site, with 1 along Chrome Avenue and an additional 1 along Northeast 6th Street. The curb cut along Chrome Avenue necessitates the relocation of an historic royal palm tree within the right-of-way adjoining the parcel, which has been approved by the Historic Preservation Board pursuant to a special certificate of appropriateness. The property is currently zoned commercial retail, or B1, with a future land use map designation of downtown mixed use. These things are generally implemented in the B1 district, so this is allowable. This was a pretty difficult application to deal with. The building is suburban in nature and doesn't necessarily fit an urban setting like in downtown Homestead. We have urban development guidelines that we tried to work with through here and negotiated with the applicant. They and we had to make certain concessions to get the building to what it is today. The concession that we made was that we've got a building now that looks a little bit more urban in the sense that it looks more like a 2-story building and fronts the street better. That was the concession that the city made. That was the concession the applicant made. If they could give us something that fronted the street better, was a little bit more of an urban-looking building, we would like it. Their main concern was they needed a drive-through for a restaurant like this type, and we were able to concede on that issue. So we're recommending approval, and we're here for any questions.
Questions from council, Mr. Burgess?
Is the applicant here? I see them back there. No, I know that this was a long time, many, many months, and I wanted to tell them thank you, because I know that they worked, and I want to tell our development services thank you, because everybody worked together. And this is what a good business does. They come in and they worked with us, and we found common ground to make something that is going to fall within our urban development. And so I wanted to say thank you to you guys, because I know you guys spent a lot of money and a lot of time trying to come up with a product that made the city happy. So with that, just wanted to say thank you. And I want to say thank you to Mr. Cordino for working with a long-time business that's just trying to relocate within the city. Thank you, Mayor.
You want to put your name and address on the record?
Yes. Good evening, Mayor, council members. Craig McDonald with Corporate Property Services on behalf of Popeyes and VERDAD Real Estate, Inc., 1239 East Newport Center Drive, Deerfield Beach, Florida, 33442. want to thank Joe and his staff as well. We've been at it for a little while, and we've tried to come up with what we feel is a really good project on a lot that's been vacant for some 30, 40 years, what I'm told, in the city here. I know you had a long night. You want to run through a brief presentation? Would you like to answer any questions that you tell me?
Yeah, I like a brief presentation because I don't understand why the drive-through is facing Chrome. That's the only drawback I have in my mind.
Okay. So we've got a basically 2,300 square foot Popeyes restaurant on a half-acre site right here. You've got Chrome, Northeast 6th Avenue right here. We had at one point tried turning the building this way with the drive-through would end up being right back here where you order, and the traffic just would simply stack out to 6, so it just wasn't a viable option to do that. So what we did instead is what he mentioned. We had a Royal Palm that's in the proposed driveway location, which has been approved by FDOT, and so we're going to relocate it right here. So you're going to have nice 5 Royals equally spaced along there. Then you've got the pedestrian sidewalk, and then what we did is a 2-tiered landscape zone right there, where we got basically a 3-foot knee wall. We got landscape, 3-foot knee wall, and a 2-foot berm with trees and landscaping. So it kind of defines the site and defines the edge and separates the site from the pedestrians that are going there. Secondly, we went ahead and put a 7-foot pedestrian paver path from the corner of the site into the main entry right here. We added the trellis that you see right there with some pedestrian amenities, and benches and trash receptacles out there for people to sit, whether they're coming to the restaurant or not. We also have another ADA connection path off of 6th Avenue into the site as well. And then what we did, we worked with staff to provide the 2 stories that you see here and the rendering to try to decrease that spatial separation of the site. With that, we feel like we've done a pretty good job, and I'd be happy to answer any more questions you got.
Joe, question: the 4-laning of Chrome, is that? I think, does that go past Campbell, or does that stop at Campbell? Stops at Campbell. Okay. Okay. All right. Mr. Burgess, I'm sorry.
I believe that's one of the reasons they were looking for relocation too, was that their present store site they were going to lose. When Campbell Drive gets all redone over there and reconfigured, that they were going to lose a lot of their necessary space that they had over there.
Correct.
Any other questions from council? This is a public hearing. If you'd like to come forward and speak for or against, you're welcome to come at this time. Close the public hearing. Joe, final question. Did you have any residents in the neighborhood file any kind of a complaint against? You sent out a answer.
No, I think at the Planning and Zoning Board, we had, I think the Anne-Marie's Dress Shop had come. I think there was property owner behind that that may have had some questions later in the process that the applicant was kind enough to sit with and address some of their concerns, but very few. And I think that the applicant was able to sit with just about everybody and address their concerns to the extent that I don't see anybody here this evening. So we're happy with that.
Okay. Good enough. Is there a motion?
Move it.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Williams?
Aye.
Councilman Roth? Councilman Burgess?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Faircloth?
Yes.
Mayor Porter?
Yes. Mr. Shelley, you still there?
I am.
Councilman Shelley?
No.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Tab 2.
Thank you.
Now these we want to put these 3 together. Can we put these next three together?
Yes, Mayor. Tab 2, 3, and 4 all pertain to the same project. So I'll introduce each one of the resolutions. You can collectively have discussion, public hearing, and then separately take a vote on each one of the items in order. If that's...
Yes, sir, please.
Okay. Tab 2 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting a variance request from Section 30-276A, uses permitted of the City Code of Ordinances, to permit outdoor storage of materials, products, and operations in conjunction with the operation of a self-storage facility on property located at 1235 Northeast 12th Avenue, as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date. Tab 3 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting site plan approval for a proposed 110 493 square foot self-storage facility on an approximately 3.08 acre parcel located at 1235 Northeast 12th Avenue as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date. And tab 4 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting a waiver of plat to Andover Properties LLC for the division of property totaling approximately 3.8 acres located at 1235 Northeast 12th Avenue as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date.
A report from staff, Joe?
Yes, sir. We're recommending approval of all three of the applications. There's the site plan, there's the variance, and the waiver of plat. And so I'll start off with the site plan. The site plan is, again, like we said, about 3 acres of land located out there on 12th Avenue and 13th Street. The applicant wants to develop a self-storage facility, and this will consist of close to 95,000 square feet, a 3-story structure, and one 3-story storage building totaling about 14,600 square feet. The site plan indicates about 26 surface level parking spaces internal to the site for an outdoor storage of large recreational vehicles, boats, trailers, etc., which is actually the subject of the variance. So all of the stuff that we're looking to do out there, the property zone B2, it's got a future land use designation of heavy commercial, and it's all permitted as part of the land use code and the zoning. So the site plan looks good. It all fits in with the code as we evaluated. The question is the variance. The code says that we don't permit outdoor storage of things. The reason they're requesting a variance is this is a site that is especially designed for outdoor storage of things that it's very difficult to put into an inside building or a garage that would make it cost prohibitive. Boats, large campers, those types of things. The applicant feels that there's a need for that in the city, that it's impractical to end up storing everything inside. And I think we saw something similar like this with some of the car dealerships that we've dealt with before. The outdoor storage provision is very difficult to deal with a lot of times because there's just natural things that need to be outside. So in that sense, we're also recommending the consideration of that variance and looking favorably upon that. And of course, the going for the waiver of plat is largely ministerial, and if we do the other two things, we would be supporting that as well.
Right, sir. Mr. Burgess?
Thank you. Mr. Cordino, in
Yes,
this site, are you saying there's room for 26 motorhomes, 26 small boats, or what is it in particular? And why the number 26, and how do we hold them to that?
The plan, let me go look at the site plan. Yeah, the plan has, if you go to the rear of, basically the rear of the property, there is a row of storage buildings that surround the perimeter, and the interior is parking spaces for those larger type vehicles. And I think we'll ask the applicant about why the 26. My impression of the 26 is because that's what we can fit on the site in parking.
And that gets me to my question. Is it 26 17-foot boats or 26 46-foot motorhomes? And do we regulate that, or we just allow them to stick 26 of anything and everything?
My opinion is we let them stick 26 of whatever the market bears. If there's 26 folks with motorhomes that off-season need to park them there, those would be...
As long as they can't be seen from outside, right? Because I read something that the buildings are going to surround it so that this parking area will not be seen, correct?
Correct. It would be very difficult to see this from the outside because the buildings are on the perimeter of the site and the parking's in the center,
Correct.
kind of courtyard, basically.
Right.
So,
Okay. So you're saying 26 of anything?
26 of anything.
Okay. Thank you. Sir. Does the applicant want to address that?
Just give us your name and address, please, sir.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Ty Maxey. I'm with Mazer Consulting 5471 Waters Avenue, Tampa, Florida. I represent the applicant. I'm a planner. With me this evening is Brian Cohen, who is with Andover Properties, the applicant, and Nate Ayala, who is our general contractor. Just to answer your question with regard to the open storage and the parking of the recreational vehicles, they are internal to the site.
Yeah.
There are 3 buildings, single-story buildings that will completely surround that area. So they are completely screened visually from the outside perimeter. And they're striped for 26 like vehicles or trailers.
Whatever it may be.
Whatever could fit
Right.
there. So
Okay.
it's specifically striped for 26. Couldn't fit any more, and you know, according to code.
Okay.
And so that's the number, 26. That's where that came from.
All right, thank you. So it's just based on what square footage you guys have left and what our code required for parking?
Correct. Correct.
Okay, thank you.
We can show you a
Mayor.
rendering of the.
Yeah.
This is a rendering of the primary structure. It's state-of-the-art, climate-controlled, self-storage. Will be completely secured with gate security as well as key code access and also camera monitoring security. Our project meets all of your code and your comprehensive plan. We really appreciated working with your staff. They've been amazing. And we would look for your favorable approval. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions from council? So I'm going to open up the public hearing on item 2, item 3, and item 4. Anyone who would like to come up and speak for or against, you're more than welcome to at this time. Seeing none, close the public hearings. Is there a motion on tab 2?
Move it. Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Shelley?
Yes.
Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilman Maldonado?
Yes.
Councilman Burgess?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Faircloth?
Yes.
Mayor Porter?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Is there a motion on tab 3?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Burgess?
Yes.
Councilman Maldonado?
Yes.
Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Councilman Shelley?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Faircloth?
Yes.
Mayor Porter?
Yes.
The motion carries.
A motion on tab 4. Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Maldonado?
Yes.
Councilman Burgess?
Yes.
Councilman Shelley?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Faircloth?
Yes.
Mayor Porter?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you, sir. Tab 5.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Mayor, moving on to tab 5. Tab 5 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting final plat approval of 92 unit twin home residential subdivision for Palms at Bella Vista on an approximately 10.25 acres, generally located on Southwest 336th Street between Southwest 172nd Avenue and Southwest 167th Avenue within the villages of Homestead Development of Regional Impact, as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date.
Report from staff.
Yes, sir, we're recommending approval of this. This is a development that originally came through in 2009, and it was approved back then, and due to the recession, the market conditions, they decided not to go and do it. And eventually, the project was put on hold, and the final plat was never recorded at the county. So subsequent to that, the platting rules had changed. They are now back to go get their final plat, and so I guess their resolutions had expired. They're getting that thing complete, and we just need to check off on the plat. Nothing's changed with the site plan, just the rules of the platting group has changed at the county, and it's largely ministerial.
Questions from council? I'll open up the public hearing. Anyone who would like to speak for or against tab 5, you're welcome to come at this time. Yes, sir. What's your name and address, please, sir?
Todd Walker, 29300 Southwest 173rd Court.
Yes, sir.
Like Mr. Corradino said, this was a plat that was approved in 2009. And we spent quite a bit of time last year trying to get it reapproved, and it was just a site plan review because the final plat was already in place. We did the site plan review, and the council approved it 3 months ago. I don't know the exact date. And when we went to record it at the county, believe it or not, they said the font size was an issue with them. And when we had to change the size of the font on the final plat Mylar, it was in conflict with an ordinance with the city of Homestead that said if any changes or anything were made after the council approved it, then we had to go back. So I'm standing here again after many months again of going through now this final plat review. There was a couple of minor comments by the city surveyor where we had to do a couple of corrections, some just technical stuff, with, I believe, the, I can't remember exactly what it is. It's been a long night tonight, but I think this is pretty much just formality here to be standing here. So it was a font change and a couple of department names on the Mylar that had to be changed, and that was it. So.
All right, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll close the public hearing at this time. Any final comments from council? Is there a motion? Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilman Burgess?
Yes.
Councilman Shelley?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Faircloth? Mayor Porter?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Legislative matters. Tab 6. Want to read something?
Waiting.
Yes, moving on to legislative matters. Tab 6 is the second reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending Chapter 22.5 Retirement Plans, Article 2 Police Officers Retirement Plan in accordance with the collective bargaining agreements between the city and Dade County Police Benevolent Association for the period October 1, 2016 through September 30th, 2018 by amending Section 22.5-21 definitions by creating a new Section 22.5-28 defined contribution component by creating a new Section 22.559 usage of premium tax revenues, providing for repeal, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, and providing for an effective date. This is second and final reading.
You can read anything from staff, Mr. Manager?
It's a second reading, and it will result in a savings of $970,736.
Questions from council? This is a public hearing. I'll open the public hearing at this time. Welcome to come forward and speak. Seeing none, close the public hearing. Is there a motion? Is there a second? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilman Williams? Yes. Councilman Shelley?
Yes.
Councilman Burgess?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Faircloth? Yes. Mayor Porter?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Tab 7.
Mayor, staff recommends Mayor and Council approve the award of ITB number 201723 to American Construction Services of Tampa, the lowest and most responsive bidder, the award being made in the amount of $149,000. This is a firm price to replace a portion of the natural gas line and to rehabilitate the remaining portions of the natural gas line.
Questions from council? I'll open up the public hearing. Welcome to come and speak at this time. Seeing none, close the public hearing. Is there a motion? Is there a second? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Shelley?
Yes.
Councilman Burgess?
Yes.
Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Faircloth?
Yes.
Mayor Porter?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Tab 8.
Mayor, this is an item to resurface all 8 tennis courts and both racquetball courts at J.D. Red Park. Staff recommends Mayor and Council authorize City Manager to award ITB number 201724 tennis court resurfacing to Armor Courts in the amount of $49,785.
Questions from council? I'll open up the public hearing. Anyone like to speak? Seeing none, close the public hearing. Is there a second? Second. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Burgess?
Yes.
Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilman Williams? Councilman Shelley?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Faircloth? Yes. Mayor Porter?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Resolutions. Tab 9.
Tab 9 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, accepting the conveyance of 6 parcels of real property in LOSNER Park from the Homestead Community Redevelopment Agency, providing for implementation, providing for an effective date.
Mr. Manager?
Mayor, this is the companion to the CRA item that you guys voted on. I think it was tonight, but it
Yes.
seems like a long time ago. Staff recommends mayor and council accept title for the listed parcels below, 6 parcels, which would be used to expand LOSNER Park.
Any questions from council? This is a public hearing. I'll open up the public hearing at this time. Close the public hearing. Is there a motion? Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Williams? Yes. Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilman Shelley?
Yes.
Councilman Burgess? Yes. Vice Mayor Faircloth? Mayor Porter?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Tab 10.
Tab 10 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, authorizing the purchase of one Altech AN55E OC bucket truck for the City of Homestead Electric Utility Department, recognizing applicable exemption from engaging in competitive bidding pursuant to City Code Section 2-411.1A5, exemptions from competitive bidding, providing for an effective date.
Mr. Manager?
Staff recommends mayor and council approve the attached resolution authorizing city manager to purchase one Altech AN55E OC bucket truck to be used by the electric utility. The purchase also includes the installation of the required additional equipment for this vehicle. Total purchase cost is $196,485.
Questions from council? Mr. Roth?
Does it say anywhere in here how many miles is on this vehicle?
No, I don't have that information. We are replacing a 2003 vehicle,
I understand that.
and the useful life of a bucket truck is usually 7 to 10 years, and this truck is now 14 years old.
I was just curious about the mileage, that's all. Thank you.
That's all, Mr. Roth?
Yep, thank you.
Yeah, this is a public hearing. I'll open up the public hearing at this time. Close the public hearing. Is there a motion? Move it. Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Williams? Yes. Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilman Burgess? Yes. Councilman Shelley? Vice Mayor Faircloth? Yes. Mayor Porter?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Tab 11.
Yes, tab 11 is the resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving amendment to existing electrical power purchase agreement between the City of Homestead and Florida Power and Light Company, providing for an effective date.
Mr. Manager?
Mayor, this is staff recommends, request the mayor and council approve amending the existing firm power and energy contract with FP&L to reflect a change from peak power to intermediate power, a change to the amount of capacity the city can add with a 1-year notice, a change to the city's contact information, and associated cost changes for the remainder of the contract term. Due to the low pricing, the city has not been using the product as a peaking product from FP&L, but rather as an intermediate product used about 85% of the time, and FP&L has agreed to change the transaction from a peaking one to an intermediate one and to allow the city to add more capacity if needed. This change will save the city an estimated $750,000 per year. One other minor amendment changes the city's contact individuals' information. Approval of this amended contract will address all of the matters there.
Questions from council? I'll open up the public hearing. Anyone like to speak? Close the public hearing. Is there a motion?
Move it.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Councilman Burgess?
Yes.
Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Faircloth?
Yes.
Mayor Porter?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Tab 12.
Yes, tab 12 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, waiving competitive requirement for public entity general liability insurance and ancillary insurance coverages, purchase transaction with Pidgeot Insurance Company in accordance with City Code Section 2-411B, exemptions from competitive bidding, authorizing transaction, providing for an effective date.
Mr. Manager?
Mayor, this is a renewal of liability insurance, general liability insurance. The renewal quote reflects an increase of approximately 4.4% over the expiring policy term. The increase was a result of the increase in the number of vehicles, payroll, and Pidgeot's increased cost of the reinsurance. Staff's recommendation, the mayor and council approve the attached resolution authorizing the city manager to purchase public entity general liability insurance for the city of Homestead for the policy term of 10/1/17 through 9/30/18 for a total of $408,158.
Questions from council? Mr. Williams?
So this increase of about, what's the figure? Is it about 20-some thousand difference? Is that what I'm seeing?
I couldn't hear.
I didn't hear you, I'm sorry.
The difference is about how much? 20-some thousand dollars in difference? What's the difference in?
Carlos, do you have that number?
Is there any difference?
The amount of the current cost versus the new one.
I think the 2017 item is 390,000, so.
Did you say
about
390?
It's about $18,000 higher, yes.
So about 20, is it?
About 20.
Okay.
Anything else, Mr. Williams?
No. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, sir, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, sir.
I see the difference. I was looking for where the difference was. It's in the law enforcement liability. Is that right? Is there a reason why that particular item was increased? What was the?
Tom, did you want to? Would you mind taking the podium?
It's the mics.
The mics.
Not you.
Yes, name is Thomas Jones, 1780 North Chrome Avenue, Homestead, Florida. I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Mr. Williams?
Okay, yeah, I asked a question on the liability of the increase of the police. I think it was, make sure I had it right. I said, what was the major difference in the increase on the law enforcement liability?
There was only one difference. There was about a 6% rate increase on that line of coverage. There was another item on the auto, which is not part of your question, where there was another increase as a result of additional autos. But the overall increase, when you look at all of the coverages, which we're not actually addressing all of these at this point, but it's about a 2% increase, 2.5% increase.
Yeah, the reason why I asked, I saw a huge difference in kind of the year prior. It was 124,000, and then the renewal of last year, last fiscal year, I should say, we're still in 216,000. So I was just trying to figure out what was the major leap in almost $100 and some thousand between 16 and 17, 15, 16, and 16 and 17.
The 15 to 16 was the year before last.
Right.
And the year that's just expiring is a 13,538 increase. And I'd have to go back and pull my file to answer your question with regard to what was the difference. I don't know if we had a substantial increase in the number of officers, which is one of the primary rating.
I doubt that one. We didn't have any.
I don't know what I don't have the answer for you, but I can get it for you tomorrow.
No, that's fine. You call me with it tomorrow.
Okay.
But I want to know what the difference of the previous year of $100 and some odd $1,000. But that's, you can get it to me tomorrow.
I'll get it to you.
You call me. Yeah.
I will.
Okay. That's it, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Okay. Any other questions from council? I'll open up the public hearing at this time. Close the public hearing. Is there a motion? Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Burgess? Yes. Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Faircloth? Mayor Porter?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Is it 13?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
13.
Yes, 13 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, waiving competitive requirements for excess workers' compensation coverage with preferred governmental insurance trusts in accordance with City Code Section 411B exemptions from competitive bidding, authorizing transaction, providing for an effective date.
Report from staff.
Mayor, the current excess workers' compensation policy just completed the second year of its guaranteed renewal rate with Pidgeot from 10/1/15. Pidgeot is offering another 2-year rate guarantee with no increase over the expiring policy term. Staff recommends Mayor and Council approve the attached resolution authorizing the city manager to renew the excess workers' compensation insurance policy for the policy term of 10/1/17 through 9/30/18 for a total of $189,958.
Questions from council, Mr. Williams?
Mayor, I didn't do that one now.
Okay. No. It was green. Any questions from council? I'll open up the public hearing. Any questions? Any comments from the public? Close the public hearing. Is there a motion? Tab 13? Move. Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilman Burgess? Yes. Vice Mayor Faircloth? Mayor Porter?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Tab 14.
Yes, tab 14 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving and authorizing the execution and renewal professional services agreement between the city and RMPK Funding, Inc. for grant application services pursuant to City Code Section 2-411.1A2, exemptions from competitive bidding, providing for an effective date.
Report from staff.
Mayor, RMPK Funding has been working with the Parks and Recreation Department since 2004. They're performing grant applications, compliance, and related professional consulting services for potential grants. The agreement is for 1 year with 5 additional renewals in the amount of $40,000 per year. Staff recommends Mayor and Council approve the attached resolution and authorize the city manager to enter into an agreement with RMPK Funding for grant application services for the City of Homestead.
Questions from council?
Yes.
Mr. Williams?
Are they here? Who is RMPK Funding? Are they here?
Dennis?
Let me get him on here. Go ahead.
Councilman Williams, RMPK is the grant writer that's been working with us since 2004, and no, they're not here. He had another date up the road, but he's been working on all our grants for the library, the Parks and Rec, the Biscayne Bike Trail, and they brought over $3 million to us this year.
Is he also going to be writing grants, find services for the elderly? Does he do that? Will that be part of his responsibility, their responsibility, whoever this is?
That is correct, Mr. Williams. Like the council has asked for, programs for the seniors and that, he also looks for all that for us. Whatever's out there, we tell him to go after. And he does about everything that we need. But we just don't use them in Parks and Rec. We're also using them for other things in the city throughout.
Like what?
Well, the Cyberry, for the downtown area, any kind of grants that they have available for landscaping, stuff like that, we look for everything.
We'll be happy to ask him to search out some grants for that as well.
Yeah, it's very vital and important that we do that. And since we're on that, I'd like to, George, through the mayor to the city manager, to, when those list of grants come down or things, especially for things that we're in search for, more youth programs, and especially for those senior persons, that, we kind of have some kind of, we know about them, that they're at least being applied for, so that we are able to either send a letter of support, whatever, to make sure that we are able to be competitive in that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. I'll open up the public hearing on tab 14. Close the public hearing. Any final comments? Is there a motion? Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Burgess?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Councilman Roth? Yes. Vice Mayor Faircloth?
Yes.
Mayor Porter?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Tab 15.
Tab 15 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, accepting a grant award from the Florida Department of Transportation for the Biscayne Everglades Greenway from Maury Drive to Southwest 137th Avenue in Homestead, authorizing the city manager to execute a grant agreement and related documents, providing for implementation, providing for an effective date.
Mr. Manager?
City of Homestead was awarded a grant from the state of Florida Shared Use Non-Motorized Trail Network Program for the construction phase of Biscayne Everglades Greenway Trail. The grant is for the amount of $1,843,910 and does not require matching funds. Staff recommends Mayor and Council approve the attached resolution to authorize the city manager to accept a grant and to execute the contract once it's made available.
Questions from council? I'll open up the public hearing at this time. Anyone would like to speak? Close the public hearing. Is there a motion? Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Williams?
Am I the first also? Yes.
Councilman Roth?
Which is correct.
Councilman Burgess?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Faircloth?
Yes.
Mayor Porter?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Tab 16.
Tab 16 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, accepting a grant award from the State of Florida Office of Attorney General in order to provide victim advocacy services to crime victims, approving the grant agreement, authorizing the city manager to execute the grant agreement, establishing a budget in the amount of $94,000 for the expenditure of the grant funds, and providing for an effective date.
Mr. Manager.
Staff recommends Mayor and Council approve the attached resolution authorizing the city manager to enter into an agreement with the State of Florida Office of the Attorney General in order to provide support services to victims of crime.
Questions from council? I'll open up the public hearing at this time. Anyone welcome to speak? Yes, sir.
How are you doing? Dr. James Eric McDonough. This looks like a great thing. Anything we can do to help crime victims? Address 32320 Southwest 199th Avenue. Sorry about that. Again, like I said, anything we can do to help crime victims is really great. But I'm just curious, will this program also help people who have been victimized and had crimes committed on them by police officers, including Chief Roll, or is it just victims of non-police crimes?
Sandy?
The question is a cheap shot. I don't really think it
understand.
warrants any discussion.
I think it's a legitimate question, sir.
Explain what this is, Sandy, what this grant is about.
But
It's not
maybe he
direct-
needs to finish his comments first, because I'm not sure if there's one question or more, and I'd prefer that he get all his questions
Okay.
out now, and we'd be happy to respond.
It's one question. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
That's it? Okay, what is this grant going to do?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This grant is to provide support services to anyone that's a victim of crime in the city of Homestead.
Thank you. Thank you. Close the public hearing at this time.
Move it.
Is there a second? Second. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilman Burgess?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Faircloth?
Yes.
Mayor Porter?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Tab 17.
Tab 17 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving an interlocal agreement between the city, the co-permittees named in the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit number FLS 000003 in Miami-Dade County, providing for performance of professional services by Miami-Dade County, providing for identification and control of pollutant discharges and shared municipal separate sewer systems, providing for implementation, and providing for an effective date.
Mr. Manager.
Staff recommends Mayor and Council approve the attached resolution authorizing the city manager to enter into a new interlocal agreement between co-permittees named in the NPDES permit and Miami-Dade County, providing professional services for the control of pollutant discharges between shared municipal separate storm sewer systems at a total cost not to exceed $12,577 per year.
Questions from council? I'll open up the public hearing at this time. Anyone's welcome to speak? Close the public hearing. Is there a motion? Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Burgess?
Yes.
Councilman Williams? Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Faircloth?
Yes.
Mayor Porter?
Yes.
The motion carries.
We've done 18. 19 is a summary of the legislative request. Discussion. Mr. Manager?
Mayor, we're just looking for direction. If you're comfortable with what's on the list, we can move forward. The lobbyists representing the city have recommended, as they do each year, that the city prioritize the list. On the other hand, in previous years, council have decided that they prefer for the lobbyists to kind of see what's priorities in the state and kind of take this as a wish list and kind of pick as they think what has the best shot. However, it's your decision on whether you want to prioritize these or send them all as a bulk package, and or if you'd like to add anything or subtract anything from the list.
Mr. Williams?
Yes, Mayor. And to my colleagues, the list doesn't normally change. And, you know, when I went up to Tallahassee a few times last year to talk about some things I thought was affecting the city, we really have less than 4 minutes that they're really attentive to our plight, or whatever it is. And I think there's a lot of stuff, worthy projects within the packet. But I think at some point in time, maybe not this year or next year, that we kind of prioritize what, 4 or 5 items that could be worked on. And what has been kind of successful for, what I've seen successfully is that persons pick one item that they're passionate about to help fast forward that agenda, and it has worked in many different ways. And so I'll give you an example for sickle cell. We asked last year, first time, for $500,000, and they end up giving $200,000. So, but it was flying back and forth to Tallahassee and meeting with every member on that committee, and continue to have it in their face. So I think going forward, my recommendation would be to cut the list, and then maybe because the state list, they have a different priority every year. Last year was environment, so something different is always changing. So I think going forward, we would at some point in time do a workshop, perhaps kind of restricting some of this agenda. Mayor.
All right. Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And just to echo some of the comments made by Councilman Williams, I think we need to prioritize the list and make sure that we are current and not just recycling our same legislative requests, although the requests are still needed and valid. It's not relevant at the state right now. And according to some published comments by Corcoran from Land O'Lakes, he indicated that business as usual will be a no-no, and the focus may be on preparing our state for storms like Irma. Irma has impacted us. So I feel as if the city needs to be current. You showed a slideshow, and in the southwest section, the down power lines. What are we going to do about that? Why can't we put in a request about that to help get underground power lines? Don't know how much money we'll get, but I think that is an easier avenue for us to get funding as opposed to asking for a new park or money for other items that's on our legislative list. So I think we need to be very strategic in what we request and not just recycle the same list that we do every single year, because it's not going to be that impactful. We need to focus on items that is going to assist us in a storm. In the Southwest community, Councilman Williams and I took a lashing because it took forever for their power to get back on. We understood why. It's because all the down power lines, and it took more work to get them on as opposed to other areas. We need to be proactive and advocate and work on ways to help with the infrastructure over there to ensure that that doesn't happen again. And we know the rationale for why it took them longer to get back on, but they didn't get it. And we took a beating because of it. So I would recommend that we add that into this legislative request.
Yes, ma'am.
Without objection, we're happy to add that to the list.
Absolutely. I know there's some underground that's proposed in the downtown area. Maybe just take that and expand that out, because I know there's underground
Sure.
in here.
We'll add that to the
But
list.
it doesn't include the southwest or the 6th Ave corridor where it was.
Sure.
Where we were heavily impacted. Any other comments? So we're good to go? Mr. Williams?
So how many items are these? I mean, like, is it like 40 some items?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of items, but one thing I would like to add.
I'm just asking, like, how many?
We have an official count. How many items?
Mayor, I think you need a motion to extend the meeting.
How many? Okay, let's get a motion for 15 minutes.
Somebody
15
count up
minutes.
the items, please.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you. 10 o'clock, cut off, 10 o'clock.
About 40 items. Mayor, about 40 items.
Mr. Williams, 40 items.
Okay. So, how much of this stuff is like relevant, like as it relates to when staff or whoever looks over these priorities, do we have a mechanism to say exactly within what departments or agencies that these will fall under? And how do we, prioritize that to get in front of the right people?
Basically, what we do is we ask the department heads to look over specifically their capital projects that don't have funds for them, and then or need additional funds, and or any other items that they have that we don't have funding for, and we compile the list. The practice that we've used in the past is to compile all those lists and provide them to the council. And in years past, the decision was better that the lobbyists that work for us have the comprehensive list, and then they can utilize their expertise to understand which categories are most relevant at the time, so that at least they have a list to pick from. And I know in years past, they've resisted that and they want you to make those priorities. The issue for us has been, let's assume we don't put parks on there this year because we have other things on the list that the council deems to be more important, and therefore the park items are not on the list. And then all of a sudden, up in Tallahassee, somebody decides parks are, in fact, when there's a lot of back and forth negotiating, that parks are an issue, then we're not on the list. And our thinking was that if our lobbyists have the complete, in essence, what's a wish list, that gives them the ability then to look at our whole list and then make on-the-field decisions. Plus, we all know you're up there as well. Make those on-the-field decisions so that we as staff don't have to worry about, geez, well, that's not on the list, so we would have to go back to the council and ask them if they want to shift their priorities. And so what we learned last year is you guys had phenomenal success in getting things done up there in Tallahassee, and that included having a master list. And so while it makes a lot of sense to pare this down and prioritize them, on the other hand, you've had a lot of success doing it this way as well. And truthfully, I recognize that hardening your electric system is a top priority. But if they decide midstream that that's not what they're going to do, and they're going to do fun cultural arts, for example, at least we have proposals on the table and we're ready to go.
Here's what I'm talking about. $750,000 second electrical circuit into the Homestead Miami Speedway. in order to prevent any disruption in electrical power during a critical race event. Wouldn't that be for them to make that kind of upgrade themselves?
We're providers of service.
What I'm saying is that to me, that I don't understand why we'll be going advocating for that. Maybe I missed something, but I'm just saying things like that, I wouldn't know what to advocate. I mean,
Well, that would be an item where it's hardening our electric system and it provides the redundancy in service in the event of a problem with that event, which becomes a tremendous drain on power when that weekend is occurring. That's the reason it's on the list. All of these items, if there's any item that you all feel, look, you don't want to expend resources on, because you decide on several things. You decide on whether a capital project is actually in the capital project, the 5-year plan, and then you decide whether you're going to fund something or not. So if your feeling is that an item on here is something that you wouldn't want to fund in the future, then I would agree it doesn't belong on the list. On the other hand, if the staff identifies that these are infrastructure needs that at some point would need to be funded and we have no money, they go on the list until you tell us you don't want them on the list.
thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Are our lobbyists clear on what you just articulated, that this is a list, you guys go up there with this list, you determine the priorities based on the temperature that's in Tallahassee? Are they clear on that?
We have this discussion every single year with them. It's my language is virtually identical every year. They don't like that because they would prefer that we give them five things.
Right. That's
and
good.
There is a reason why they like that, and there's a reason why we like this system, which is we're trying to avoid anybody having an excuse when they come back with an empty basket. Okay, so if they come back with an empty basket, it's, well, oh, you had 5 things on the list that weren't a priority this year. They come back with an empty basket with no guilty conscience. And our feeling has been, and there was a series of years where they were coming back with an empty basket, and the idea was, here's the thing, here's the whole list, you use your expertise over there, up there, and while you're playing the game, and there's a period of time where there's all kinds of trading and all kinds of things they do up there, you've got our whole thing that's sanctioned by our council, the policy branch, any one of these things they'll take. You make the call on the field so that you can't come back and say, oh, this wasn't a parks year, sorry, you had all park stuff on your list. That's kind of been the logic, and we tell them that every year. They don't like it every year, and you know, it's totally your call on strategy, but I would suggest that it's been working for us, and the money has been coming in, and it's been partially because of the way we've been managing them, but it's also been, you're all up there and you're doing the heavy lifting as well, and that has certainly paid off for the city. And so God bless, because you know, I know it's tough business up there, but it's certainly paying off for you.
So you're going to have that conversation with them again?
I will.
Okay, and we need to include funding to include helping with the infrastructure and power lines in the Southwest, particularly in, was that 6th Avenue?
6th Avenue.
Particularly on 6th Avenue.
So Barbara, if you could put that in writing, get it to Karen, amend the list, and let's get it out quick.
And I know this isn't a state legislative request, but I just have a question while we're talking about legislative requests. Are we holding our lobbyists in D.C. accountable? Are they giving us a return on our investment?
Well,
because it's been real dry for a couple
we
of
go
years
through
up there.
we go through the same exercise with them. Although I will tell you, I haven't been able to figure out yet whether it's their fault or Washington's fault. Washington has had a few dry
Well,
years.
they may be using that as an excuse.
Right. So I think it's also we can have a conversation with
We
them.
definitely need to have a conversation with them because I don't know what they're doing up there.
No problem.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else on Mr. Williams?
Yes. On there's $500,000 for underground of electrical facility infrastructure in historic downtown area. How long has this been on the list?
Barbara?
I believe it's been there 2 or 3 years. We're going to ultimately go underground for the new facilities that we're looking forward to having in the downtown area. And so we put it on the list. Ultimately, if we don't get funds from through the legislative process, we'll be paying for it out of our revenues.
Something like that. I heard the Vice Mayor say, put it in the legislative packet for the Southwest area. What would something like that cost to put those wires to bury those wires under?
It costs, if you've already got construction, it's not greenfield, it costs about $1 million a mile. And we have 160 miles of overhead lines.
On 6th Avenue?
Not on 6th Avenue, no.
No, I'm talking about a concentrated area.
But it's about $1 million a mile.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You got clear direction from the
Without objection, we'll add that item, and then we'll send that to both the state and federal lobbyists, and we'll also have the conversations with all of them about the philosophy and our expectations.
All right, sir. Thank you. Moving forward to public comments, I've got one card. Eric McDonough.
Hello, Dr. James Eric McDonough. I live at 32320 Southwest 199th Avenue. First, I'm glad everybody made it through the hurricane. Everybody appears to be alive. That's great. Hurricanes are a major disaster. And I'd really like to give a heartfelt thanks to all the linemen in Homestead, Miami-Dade, and across the country who've come down to help our community and other communities in South Florida. We got pretty wrecked, but a lot of people got wrecked a lot worse. And I would hope that everybody's prayers would be with everybody else who's in the harm of storms in their path, including particularly Puerto Rico. They're our fellow American citizens, and they're hurting really bad. So if nothing else, if we could pray for them. Anyway, so I just like to thank all the linemen who've been taking care of us. To what I wanted to speak about, we're really kind of curious, Mr. Gretzis, if you're going to use the manager's report again this month to cover up the malfeasance of you and your employees for 3 months in a row, instead of providing an actual manager's report. Kind of interesting. However, Mr. Gretzis, I really have to thank you for repeatedly acknowledging that we do have a First Amendment right here to speak for 3 minutes without being interrupted, and thereby tacitly admitting that you violated my First Amendment rights in 2015, which we have on video, so thank you for admitting your own federal crimes. I'd also like to inform you that the state attorney lost her petition for rehearing my right to record case in my appeal where I recorded Chief Roll, which proves he committed multiple felonies. So I just thought you guys should know that. But what I find perplexing is you wasted about $6,000 tax dollars by verbally giving permission to the city attorneys to enter litigation against me when the city's not even a party to the suit. Mr. Gretzis, do you regularly usurp power from the mayor and council and avoid having executive sessions as required by the city charter? I know you're not going to answer your question, so I'll continue on. But now we know why you are against body cams, as clearly you're against citizens' right to record, police, and against their free speech rights. Switching over to public records, I look forward to oral arguments we'll be having next week in the 3rd District Court of Appeals. That's the case where the city filed an appeal after they were found by the court to have unlawfully violated the public records law. Records show so far the city's wasted about $50,000 in taxpayer money, and that's before we start paying my attorney fees. The second public records law case I filed, it's noted that the city also was found to have unlawfully violated the public records law there. I look forward to receiving the fee list as was ordered by the judge, where the city and their attorneys have tried to not provide that. And once I'm provided with that, it'll quantitatively show how much the city actually unlawfully tried to overbill me on public records, which I'm sure you're very aware of, Mr. Manager. Sadly, if the city would stop wasting tax dollars trying to cover their malfeasance, which is going to be exposed regardless, you guys would already have enough money to bought body cams several times over. Just saying that, that's something you might want to consider. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you. Business from the city manager?
Yeah, I just want to reiterate what I've said in the last few meetings is we should celebrate a person's right to free speech. On the other hand, when they say things that are false, we should just acknowledge that, our silence doesn't mean that what they're saying is true. It saddens me sometimes when he accuses our staff of crimes that they haven't committed, but nonetheless, he gets up there and he says his thing, and that is what this forum allows. So with that, that's all I have for tonight.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Attorney, anything?
Nothing, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor and council report. Mr. Burgess?
Two quick things, if I could. Once again, I wanted to thank everybody for their outstanding efforts and leadership during the Hurricane Irma, during it and during the recovery, which is still going on. The electric crews, Parks and Rec, Police Department, and Public Works, everybody, and should be proud of everybody that they have working for them, because those guys have worked day and night trying to make sure the city is back in order, and I appreciate it. And every time I see them, I try to stop and tell them thank you. So thank you, if you would pass the word through your departments. Mr. Brea, work on 328. We had a sign out there back in June, going to begin. Hasn't begun. Who can we contact and who can the citizens reach out to at the county level, since it's a county project, and we start hammering them to get this project done, because it's over 5 years behind schedule already.
Correct.
According to the original plans.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And basically, the county has a construction management division that covers, basically, they run these projects. I can give you the phone number so that everybody has it.
Give it to everybody.
Area code 305-375-2111.
Mayor, I would also suggest for anyone interested to contact the county mayor's office or the county commissioner and express your feelings. I think that's probably more effective than contacting staff directly, because they don't,
So I'd reach out to the county commissioner, but I think it's time that our project moves along. We've been sitting here, Mr. Brea, 4 or 5
Since
years,
June.
we've been waiting for this thing to start, and it was always a land use or getting a right-of-way or something like that. And in June, they sure ran out there and put their signs up with how proud they were to be starting. And I haven't seen a thing other than 10 utility poles removed off of a right-of-way. So I just thought it was important that maybe we start getting enough calls downtown from our constituents also that they will maybe start acting upon it. So thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Williams?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. My question has a lot to do with and I asked the director from the Utilities Department just during a time of doing this, well, after the storm. Mr. Mayor, is what are the steps in once power has been or poles have been snapped? What are the steps in making sure that that is up and running? And then after they're up and running, how far does the wiring come down? Because right there on 4th and 6th, if you make a left on 6th going south, the line is almost, you can touch it with your hand. How long does it take for that to be raised up? And there's also one on 3rd Avenue, and I believe 7th, Northwest 3rd Avenue.
Barbara?
And it's located by Miami, is that Miami Bridge? Yeah, I want to say Miami Bridge, right down from the fire station. I mean, and the response I got was that all things have to go through the city manager, and then in calling, I didn't get really a response. So to this day, I still not gotten one. So maybe tonight I can get one. So I think Barbara said she was working on it and then something happened. I don't know.
I believe the wire you're referencing is not electric. It's cable TV or telephone.
So we just allow that to just, will it cause some kind of
We notify
concern?
the other utilities of issues, but we can't make the repairs to their
But
utilities.
when does public safety come in part of that?
If it's electrical and there's a public safety issue, our department will take care of it. The cable and phone lines are not electrified.
I didn't say they were. I'm saying it's a public safety hazard. I'm not saying that that it was electrical. I'm saying. I mean, it's like 9 days, and it's still been. If somebody's riding on a motorcycle or something, or a kid riding on a bike, I mean, it can at
Mayor.
night, and then there's no lights going down. It's very dark, and so
Mayor, we're happy to notify them again in terms of doing the work for them. Obviously, we can't be touching their equipment, but we'd certainly be happy to make another call and see if they can expedite the service. They obviously have a lot of work throughout Florida, and it's pretty clear that they haven't gotten to everything, but we agree that the sooner they get to it, the better.
okay. So, Mayor, I guess that's it just really concerns me. I don't really kind of understand that aspect, but I mean, the wires are that, like, I mean, at least my height, and it's cars are passing through, and it's really a safety concern as it relates to that. So I'm trying to just get some clarity, understanding. So if it's another 3 weeks, then nothing that we can do, because at times it stops traffic. So what do? We wait till the line is, I don't understand being.
Hopefully, we can get an answer from them tomorrow on what their expected time frame is to repair that. And we'll also have code go out there and see if we're not satisfied with their answer, what other options we have in moving them along.
Okay, because there are kids walking through, and that street is very dark, and at nighttime you can't see it, and so and it's very low, and it really concerns me, and even though I understand what we're talking about as relates to not our responsibility, but at the same time, when does public safety come into effect in that? So hopefully we can really look at that. I think that's about it, Mr. Mayor. I'm not going to go into my next item.
All right, sir. Thank you, Mr. Roth. Oh, got to turn you on. Ever get a little dizzy here?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, it's quite late now, and I don't want to take up too much time, but I want to kind of reiterate some of the things we've heard up here today. Thanking our staff, Barbara, an outstanding job that you have a team that works so dedicated to you in our city. Even when I responded a few days after the storm, maybe 3 or 4 or 5 days, I forget how many days it was after the storm, that one specific business didn't have power. And it wasn't because it wasn't energized. It was because the fuse had popped on the pole. And within a few minutes, that situation was taken care of. So same with the police department, Chief, from you, your command staff, Colonel, Major, all the people that work behind the scenes, the dispatchers, the officers on the street that were out there working through the storm, And at the beginning of that Saturday night, when the tornado warning started coming up and everybody was running for cover out there, I was listening. And as a couple businesses were taken advantage of because of either power going out or whatever, our guys were just on them. And I appreciate everything that you guys did to protect our city, along with the linemen and the utilities, Park and Rec. I know you guys are out there picking up all this stuff now. And that leads me to one question. I don't want to be too long. We know what's going on here, sitting here, and we know that it's going to be 2 or 3 sweeps through the city as the heavy trees get lifted. Can somebody just kind of explain that as it's happening? Because everybody saw a huge swath of trees get taken up, and now they're calling and saying, well, how come they're not picking up the rest of them? And there's a system in place. In 30 seconds or a minute, if somebody could just explain that portion of it and when they can expect to see more trucks. Obviously, we're not in this alone. There's a lot of places that don't have any storage for this material and stuff, and I get that. But as long as we can communicate that out to the citizens that we've got a plan and we're working it, it's just going to take some time to get it done.
Sure. Julio?
Okay, so first of all, I'd like to state that we picked up, as of today, we just got the numbers for today's pickup, more than 38,000 cubic yards of solid waste in the last 9 days, which is when we started doing the sweeps. The way the process works is, what we first did was, of course, clear the roadways, move the debris off away from the driving lanes, but still along the side of the streets for later pickup. The idea for that was to make sure that all the roadways were passable, etc. And that was finished on the 14th, last Thursday. So that was completed citywide. After that, what we started doing is then picking up those piles that were among the major corridors. And the idea, again, is to clear the path for these vehicles that have come in from every state in the U.S. pretty much. We have 50 truck crews, 50 additional crews from our own, which have been contracted basically to help out our city in collection of the debris. So the idea is these trucks some of them are huge, some of them are 100 cubic yards, 100,000 cubic yards. They're like massive vehicles, and we need to make sure that they can drive safely on those roadways. So once that's being done now, and we're about, I would say probably now about 45% done with those pickups. We already started working from there into now the secondary roadways and the local residential areas. And what we've done is we're basically attacking all the zones at once rather than going counterclockwise or clockwise around the city like we usually do under regular conditions. So we're attacking all the zones at the same time and assigning crews with trucks to the different zones so that they all start working and making progress simultaneously throughout the city. And that's where we're at now. And we're expecting that the first sweep that we're going to do citywide will take us about approximately another 2 to 3 weeks to get that first sweep. Again, that's contingent on how much people put out, because we don't control how much the residents put out. So we're assuming a certain quantity that they're going to put out. Also, it's also contingent on them separating the materials so that construction debris is not mixed with vegetation debris, because otherwise our crews can't pick that up. The debris crews cannot pick up any contaminated type of piles, and that just adds to the time it takes to pick up.
So that's kind of a public service announcement right
Correct.
there is, please don't mix your garbage with your shrubbery stuff.
Correct. Anything that's not vegetative, keep it separate, because it'll just slow us down, because then what we have to do there is send another crew to separate that pile before it can be picked up.
Okay.
So it just adds an incredible amount of time, and it really slows down the efficiency. We're doing about a month. Under normal conditions, we do about 200 cubic yards a day. We're doing 4,300 cubic yards a day.
Wow.
We're doing basically a month's worth of pickups every day of normal that we do on a regular basis.
And I get that, and I appreciate that hard work too, because I think a few months back we actually
that's right,
did approve the contract for these folks to come in here thank God we did that because we needed them that well. And I'll leave it at that because we're all getting tired. I just have one more thing, and that's the announcement of the Homestead Rock and Rib Fest was not postponed, but changed to November the 4th from October the 7th due to Hurricane Irma. We wanted some more time to put on a great event. And I'll add that Homestead Main Street's event this weekend, Fiesta USA, takes place in LOSNER's Park this weekend. It's a free event. The University of Miami Marching Band is coming down to perform on a grant. They'll be performing live at LOSNER's Park. I believe it starts at 5 o'clock, goes till about 9 o'clock at night. That's a free event. Fiesta USA, Homestead Main Street, this Saturday at LOSNER Park.
That's it?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Vice Mayor.
Just one quick question. And Barbara, not to take away from the work that you've done, because your entire team has been phenomenal. Actually, everyone has been phenomenal. And to watch them at work was very inspiring. You can tell it was all heart, a work of heart. And they did it. It was genuine, and it came across that way. So job well done to all of you. And I think it is reflective of your leadership, George. Leadership is very important. Your team represented you well. Barbara, the down lines on, what is that, Kingman, from Centergate to North Canal? On the east side?
Is that south of 328th Street?
Yes.
That's
Is that
Florida
FPNL?
Power and Light.
Okay, I just wanted to know that. Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am.
We love hearing that, by the way. It's FP&L.
In the package, you see that I've got a series of appointments, some to the committees. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
I just want to say echoes to everybody. Great job watching everybody pull together and do a magnificent job for the city. Is there a motion to adjourn? Motion. Second, all in favor?